We will go ahead and get started. A copy of the Open Meetings Act is located on the table outside and also on our website. There's also an automatic external defibrillator available on the back wall of the legislative chambers. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll begin with the agenda for the Douglas County Board of Equalization. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Boyle. Here. Commissioner Kavanaugh is absent. Commissioner Friend. Here. Commissioner Garcia. Here. Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Rogers. Here. Madam Chair.
Present. Item A, approval of the minutes of the Board of Equalization meeting held Tuesday, September 19th, 2023. And item B, call for a meeting and set Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023 as a date for hearing on certified assessment corrections reflecting the addition of omitted property to the tax rolls or increased value on property. Is there a motion to approve A and B?
Approval. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Morgan, second by Commissioner Rogers. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Citizen comments. Is there anyone in the chamber or on Zoom wishing to speak to the Board of Equalization about an item not on the agenda? Seeing none, we do have items D and resolutions EF. There is no need for executive session, so the motion can include that if you wish.
Most included agenda.
Any questions or comments? Please vote. On those items you want to speak?
D.
On D? Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Larry Store, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. I did a little homework the last couple of days, and I must admit that I'm maybe a little dense, but I'm trying to follow item D, and I fail to comprehend some things that maybe the board can expand upon and correct me. But I found it curious that it appears that Habitat for Humanity bought some properties from the Omaha Municipal Land Bank for nothing. If you go read through the attached documents on the website, it does say $0. It does say that they're now the owner of that property. It does correct some assessments for taxes, but it does not clarify that Habitat for Humanity will now pay those taxes for during 2024, I believe it is. What if they sell it before then? Will they pay the taxes that are now corrected on this agenda item? There's some confusion amongst citizens, I think, about that as to who actually pays the property taxes. And it just kind of seems like somebody's getting something for nothing here. So perhaps you can expand on it and correct my misinterpretations if that's what it is. Thank you.
Did you want to say anything, Teresa? Okay.
Jesus. Mike Goodwillie, Douglas County Assessor Register of Deeds Office. Yeah, Mr. Store misunderstands, I think, what's going on. Generally, when the municipal land bank gets hold of properties, they are distressed properties, they become exempt. Often they have back taxes. By state law, the land bank is exempt. They also have the ability by resolution to wipe off the back taxes. What they'll then do is they'll turn around and they'll transfer them to other owners, sometimes by sale, sometimes by gift. And when that happens, the property becomes taxable and the new owner pays the taxes, typically. I suppose because there is some time yet between now and levy date, although I guess the board is adopting levies today, generally property can go, under certain circumstances, can go from taxable to tax exempt depending on who it transfers to. up to the middle of the year and sometimes even later, again, depending on who the transfer is to. But as it stands now, the current owner, Habitat, is not doing anything with the property. The property's not exempt for 2023. They're the ones that are going to get the tax bill and in all likelihood pay the taxes.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? There is a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
We'll move to the agenda for the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Friend. Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Rogers. Madam Chair.
Present. Item A, approval of the minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting held Tuesday, September 19, 2023. And item B, approval of claims submitted for payment process through Tuesday, September 26, 2023. Is there a motion to approve A and B? Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Boyle. Any questions or comments on A or B? Do you have a question, Larry, on A or B?
Yeah, Larry Store, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. On A, I believe it was last week that I testified and I submitted some documents for the record. Again, doing some homework, I find that all that is said on the record of that meeting that you're approving is that I was here and I spoke, and that you spoke, and that Commissioner Boyle spoke. It does not say what was said. It does not say what documents were submitted. So my question would be, if I have to go to Dan, I guess it would be, and get a digital copy of last week's meeting, will those comments be on there, or have they been scrubbed? Is it on the record? If so, where is that record that it is on? Because I'd like to know that my documents and the time I spent was worth the effort. Thank you.
Dan Esch, Douglas County Clerk. So the minutes, we generally just write who spoke. We don't say what they said, and we've been doing it that way for a while. And then as far as a digital copy, I mean, if you went to the County Board Videos webpage, I mean, the only time that we've ever had issues with things getting, well, I don't know if scrub's the right word, but so I can recall 2 meetings since I've been clerk where somebody played a copyright song during the meeting and YouTube flags it. It's incredible how quick they catch this stuff. But anyway, so there's been 2 meetings where we had to, like, the audio was like not there for 3 or 4 minutes because somebody was playing like a copyrighted thing as part of their presentation. But from Chris Craddock with CTAC, we always have like a DVD copy as well. I mean, it would be totally unedited. So anyway, if Larry went to the meeting last week, there would be on the online right now, it would have everything that was said. And then as far as the documents that he submitted, so if someone submits something during citizens' comments, it's a part of the record, but we don't put it on the website. But if you submit something at the meeting during any other item, there would be a link to that documentation on the website. But if Larry or anyone were to make a records request of, I want to see what was submitted during citizens' comments at the September 19th meeting, we would have everything that he handed in last week. So
Thank you.
Yep.
There is a motion and a second to approve A and B. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Next is our consent agenda items A through J. Is there a motion to approve? Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Friend. Any questions or comments? No? Commissioner Rogers?
I guess I got one question, just on J for the public defender's request. I mean, what does that mean? Will request budget supplement if needed. Is this not budgeted?
I think Tom's here.
Tom Riley, Douglas County Public Defender. Basically, this is a contract that we entered into as a result of a change in the policy of the Omaha Police Department and the Douglas County Attorney's Office on how we get discovery. Discovery is basically police reports and video discs of interviews of witnesses, body cam, and cruiser cam for the most part. Always historically that has come through the county attorney's office. They would make, per statute, they would make copies of the reports and copy discs, contact us, we'd go pick them up, and off we go. This contract was a result of the county attorneys informing us a month or so ago that they were going to go to this DOTComm, which is a product of Axon. And the reason we need this is because otherwise we will not have unfettered access to the discovery materials, and it'll be for a limited period of time, and we'll have no storage. We have to keep our files. And if we don't have the files, we're kind of screwed. The alternative would be to hire, and I've talked to several other public defender's offices across the country, and they have 4, 5, 6, 7 people full-time downloading discs for us. Obviously, if we get it digitally, it's taken care of. The reason it says we'll request budget supplement if needed is this contract, it mirrors the county attorney's contract. They entered into it with this Axon company first, and with the help of Teresa Urich, we were able to model our contract on theirs. It's a period of 12 years, and I believe that the first year is a cost of $90,254.72. It gradually increases over the duration of the contract, ending 12 years from now. God only knows where we'll all be, at $97,000. The reason I put we may have to ask for a supplemental is because this wasn't in our budget when we made our presentation, and I don't know if we'll be able to squeeze it in or not, but we need it because they're going to this, the county attorney's office is going to it within weeks, I believe, and it takes training, so we tried to hustle up and get training at the same time that the county attorney's office does. It won't be joint, but it'll be at the same time. These people will be coming in from out of town. My understanding is that approval of contracts can either come through purchasing or through the county board, and I opted to do it this way because I wanted you to be aware that this is a cost that was not anticipated by us when we did our budget request. And, you know, I don't know if we'll have the full amount that the contract requires to cover it. And I may have to come back for a supplemental, and I didn't want to come back without you having a heads up on what we need. So that's kind of where we're at.
Okay, and I get that, so so is this not budgeted in the county attorney's budget either, or did they just leave you out?
1 minute.
I don't know.
Well, I'm just, if it's not there, or did they just forget to tell you they were going to?
I don't know if they have enough money in their budget. I don't know if they opted to go through purchasing or what their reasons are. Frankly, I didn't think that was any of my business. And so I don't know the answer to that. Teresa might.
Teresa, your county attorney's office. It is my understanding that it is in our budget. We can cover it.
But it wasn't in your budget when we did the budget request in March or April this year. Was it already in?
I don't know the answer to that, but I believe it is covered.
In other words, you have enough dough to cover it. I don't think we do.
Okay,
I'm good.
all right.
And by the way, it's the cost is per full-time employee. They have significantly more full-time employees than we do, so their bill is going to be a little higher than ours.
Time. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Question, kind of related on item F.
Are you done with Tom? No, you don't have any questions for
No.
Tom? Okay, Tom,
Okay,
thank you.
all right, thanks.
Okay.
Item F, which is Douglas County Mental Health Center requests approval of a NetSmart to provide electronic health record systems to the Community Mental Health Center for $865,683.40. And it simply says funds encumbered. And I guess it's kind of a informational question of what does funds encumbered budgeted mean? Is that in this budget, or is it carryover funds that were encumbered? Do we know?
Sherry Driver, Douglas County Community Mental Health Center. I apologize, due to the fans, I was having a hard time hearing the question.
Okay, so on the request for the NetSmart program funding, it has the amount of $865,000. Then it says funds encumbered budgeted. Was that in your current budget? Was that carryover funds that were encumbered from the last budget? I'm just trying to get some clarification.
Great question. Those are funds that we've encumbered for the last 2 years in planning for an enhancement or move to our current electronic health record.
Okay. And this is kind of a question that might come up later because we have funds that aren't expended every year, significant amount of funds that aren't expended every year. And some of those funds are encumbered and some of them are not. And I just wanted to make sure that this was from a previous year's budget allocation. Thank you.
Okay. No further lights, no other questions on the consent agenda?
Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. I'll address my comments specifically to the agenda on item H, the agendas. The Open Meetings Act says a citizen can speak on each and every item. Yes, there are reasonable rules they talk about, but the use of consent agendas appears to be a widespread practice to avoid a lot of citizen input, maybe to save yourself time, but it doesn't provide enough transparency for citizens that are concerned about these issues. I have a couple of things here that I want to point out that maybe are unreasonable rules, but also possibly discriminatory or illegal. The resolutions, there's about 7 of them that I made copies of to make note of, that have to do with language that is widely considered across the nation. And I have a book by Mark Christian and the Trump magazine that talks about these issues. Cultural Marxism, which is growing in this country, and it is a severe danger, even here in Douglas County, because our resolutions are using the same kind of language called critical race theory, which if you read carefully through it, it's sort of anti-discriminatory and anti-racist or reverse racism. The first one, for example, says a person's race, especially black women. Safety, equity, disproportionately, disparities, racial disparities, structural racism, implicit bias. we resolve to improve black women's maternal health, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, but we don't. Are we excluding white women, Indian women, et cetera, et cetera? I don't think we're supposed to have special laws, are we, according to the state legislature? And it admonishes us that all Nebraskans must raise awareness of the state of black maternal health by understanding the consequences of systemic discrimination. Are our health systems violating the law? The existing law says we are all equal and we will not be treated disproportionately. So we don't really need this resolution. The other one has to do with contracts, et cetera, that you resolve to limit or prevent access to smoke in schools and communities and identify, eliminate disparities. Once again, critical race theory. How do we know that there's disparities? Is that intentional? I don't know that anybody intentionally forces me or not to smoke or to give up smoking, and I think that is probably illegal. So maybe the resolution is illegal. Maybe you shouldn't sign it. Next one is on health equity, 22 actions, etc. The June 2020 racism as a public health crisis declaration. Excuse me. Our health system, again, are not doing what they're supposed to be doing, not adequate, it's not safe. Is that the implication?
1 minute.
Change the wording, please. Oh, there's a new one here too about the agreement with the Nebraska Afghan Community Center regarding support for refugee, immigrant, and migrant populations for completing community census. Is that fine? And capture the population estimates to strengthen their communication networks and aid in health equity. Excuse me, you don't do that for me, I don't think. So that's probably illegal. There's about 4 others, but I guess my time's up. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on the consent agenda?
Good morning, Commissioners. Jaquela Yarbrough, 2417 Burdette Street. I am just reviewing the consent agenda, and I'm looking at the third item down on Part A. And just asking for a little bit of clarification on the $180,000 that we plan to pay annually to the cognitive behavioral psychoeducational class awarded to Life Skills, 849 Park Wild Drive, number C6 in Council Bluffs, Iowa. We're just wondering about a little bit of context. Who are they providing those services to? What services are they providing to the county? And are there resources within our county who can provide the same resource, just so that we're spending our money in our own county? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Justine Wall, Douglas County Department of Corrections. In regards to Life Skills, they have been a long-standing provider at corrections. They teach a psychoeducational class to our inmates there. They've been with us for 11 years. We put out an RFP a couple months ago asking for vendors to submit proposals for a cognitive behavioral class, and we received 2. This one seemed to meet our needs better than the other one we had that submitted a proposal. While their home address is in Council Bluffs, their agency is actually in Omaha, and that was an error when she submitted her RFP. She put it down as her home address instead of her agency address, which is actually located in downtown Omaha. We are trying to expand our programming for the individuals in our care. And so the reason why we put that out is so we can establish a few more therapeutic communities within the jail and provide programming to an increased amount of individuals in the jail.
Thank you. Seeing no other lights. If there is a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda, please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Next is run recognition and proclamation. It's recognizing October as Black Maternal Health Month, brought by Commissioner Roger and Vice Chair of the Board and Commissioner Boyle. And I think Commissioner Boyle is going to read the resolution. Yeah, it should be.
Milford, can we get her mic on? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, be it resolved, whereas a person's race should never determine their health outcomes, and most importantly, pregnancy and childbirth should be safe for all Americans, and whereas for women of color, especially Black women, safety and equity has been tragically disproportionate in comparison to the general population, and therein exists one of the single widest racial disparities in women's health. And whereas, according to the Centers for Disease Control, Black women are 3 times more likely to die from a pregnancy-related cause, and Black infants are more than twice as likely not to survive. And whereas multiple factors contribute to these disparities, such as variation in quality of health care, underlying chronic conditions, structural racism, and implicit bias. In addition, social determinants of health have historically prevented many people from minority groups from having fair opportunities for economic, physical, and emotional health. And whereas ensuring that all women have equitable access to health care before, during, and after pregnancy is essential. And whereas to improve Black women's maternal health, we need a comprehensive approach that addresses health across the lifespan, improves access to quality care, provides greater economic security to women, and uses policy to create systemic change. And whereas local organizations like Ivy Black Girl are on the front lines, along with various partners across Nebraska, to address the inequities within the maternal health sector, and a primary goal to expand access to quality, culturally relevant maternal health services. And whereas all Nebraskans must raise awareness of the state of Black maternal health by understanding the consequences of systemic discrimination, recognizing the need for urgent solutions, amplifying the voices and experiences of Black women, families, and communities, and committing to build a world in which Black women do not have to fear for their well-being, dignity, and lives before, during, and after pregnancy. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Board of County Commissioners, Douglas County, Nebraska, that this board hereby declares and recognizes the month of October as Black Maternal Health Month and encourages our residents to bring awareness to, find solutions, and utilize opportunities to change these tragic outcomes for Black women and infants, dated this 26th day of September 2023. I submit this resolution for approval.
That's a motion.
This is a motion, yes.
Is there a second? Any further questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Next is citizen comments. Anyone in the chamber wishing to speak to the board about, whoops, sorry, we have a hand up, it looks like. Ashley?
Hi all. I just wanted to give comments. I am the executive director of Ivy Black Girl. So I just wanted to give comments about the resolution and proclamation, but I can wait till after you do the chambers first.
No, we're on the item, so go ahead.
Okay. My address 12037 North 40th Street. But super excited for you all to pass this resolution again. You all have been committed to Black birth justice in our county, which has ripples into other groups of folks that have the capacity for pregnancy. The initial funding and support that you all gave through Commissioner Boyle and Rogers has been able to catapult a lot of initiatives and activities that is changing birth outcomes in our county. And we are super excited to partner with you all again. We appreciate your commitment to health equity in this way and have a slate of intentional learnings and deep dives planned for October, as well as a summit that will allow for practitioners and community advocates to continue to learn and take back different strategies and approaches, not only to Black community, but to other communities as well on how to address birthing outcomes. So again, just wanted to say thank you for being committed to this work, and I appreciate your engagement, time, and effort.
Thank you, Ashley. With that, we'll go back to citizen comments. Anyone wishing to speak to the Board of Commissioners about an item not on the agenda?
Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. I have some additional documents related to last week's testimony to prove that it's not just me, it's a national discussion that needs to be had. One of the documents is from the website of Dr. Mark Christian. The other is from Brookstone Institute in regards to a national crisis. Dr. Christian has written a book you should all read. There's nothing in here that's racist. The Trumpet Magazine is a Christian organization publication, talks about the crisis in America and the reasons for a lot of that crisis, things that we ought to be talking about here in the Civic Center, but it's never on an agenda. When I try to bring it up, I'm called racist and I'm called hate speech, and I guess there is an ordinance about hate speech. So I don't know, maybe you're coming after me for what I said, but I think you'd find that that would be illegal. Please stop it. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the Board of Commissioners about an item not on the agenda? Okay, Louise.
Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue. I want to comment on Commissioner's friend's comment that there's a dichotomy on the resolution that he was referring to when he said that there's a dichotomy when you pass the resolution to fund and direct the county staff to develop a facility for mental health services at the jailhouse. So that resolution has two parts. It has a recital and it has an operative clause or clauses. And for me, the operative clause is therefore be it resolved. And in that resolution, you directed the staff to develop a correctional facility for mental health over at the Jackson Street or something like that. There was a mention. There was mention in your resolution that we or the county had looked into a second facility or a supplemental facility, alternative facility for the community, but that was in the recital. And I don't think that matters. And I'll give you two examples as to why I don't think that matters. The United States Constitution has a preamble, which is basically a recital. It says, we the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our prosperity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. The Supreme Court has said that has nothing to do with the clauses of the Constitution. They're not going to look at that to decide on what is constitutional. Okay, so let's go with that. So the recital has no bearing on the operative clauses. Yet the Constitution, the justices took one of the amendments, the Second Amendment, which starts to speak of the militias that were operating during the founding. It says in order to regulate the militia, the rights to bear arms will not be infringed. And the justice said in the early 2000s said, well, the regulation of a militia has no bearing on the rights of the citizens to bear arms. But that was a clause in the Constitution. So they took the first part and said that has no bearing on the second part of the clause. So the first part is always important. The second part is always important. The operative section is what has a force. And so, Mr. Commissioner Friend, when the 5 commissioners decided that the staff was going to develop a facility at the jailhouse, that's the only thing that they're directed to do. There's no dichotomy in the resolution. So if you want a second portion to your project, you have to pass a resolution that says the community service facility is going to be enacted. And there's a reason why there was 5 commissioners voting for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the board about an item not on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move to our presentations. Our first presentation is by Mr. Heath Mello, President and CEO of the Omaha Chamber of Commerce. And we all obviously know who Heath is, especially from his previous role as former state senator. But thought it was important in his new role to come and just spend a few minutes with us on what his vision and how we can be a better partner with the Omaha Chamber and the Chamber be a better partner with the county board. So good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to spend some time with you, and thank you for your public service. This is my first time in front of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, so thank you for the opportunity and look forward to spending some quality time with you. And I left plenty of time for Q&As if there's anything afterwards to try to connect. So as Chairwoman Borgeson mentioned, my name is Heath Mello. I have the pleasure of serving as the President and CEO of the Greater Omaha Chamber of Commerce. Today is day 39 in this new role. My prior life, I spent recently, this past 6 years, as the University of Nebraska System Vice President down in Lincoln, and prior to that, 8 years as a Nebraska State Senator representing South Omaha. Today, I want to walk you through a little bit of what I would say are some big key points about the Greater Omaha Chamber of Commerce, some of our strategic priorities, some areas that I believe are relevant to you as county commissioners, as well as opportunities for us to be able to partner moving forward. I start with the first slide here just in the sense that our organization has been around for over 130 years. And the mission when the Greater Omaha Chamber was started as the Commercial Club of Omaha, the mission and stated goal back in 1893 rings true today: to work for the common good in all matters of the general welfare of the city of Omaha, to secure the manufacturers and business enterprises in the city, to promote commercial progress and increase trades and industry, and to acquire and disseminate valuable commercial and economical information. I think that's relevant because, as you can see in front of you the screen, our mission has not changed that much in 130 years. We focus every day to champion a thriving business community in a prosperous region through visionary leadership in collaboration. collaboration with private sector organizations, collaboration with public sector organizations. It's a real unique opportunity for us, being the largest non-governmental economic development organization in the state, representing not just the city of Omaha, not just Douglas County, Nebraska, but as you soon will see, an 8-county region across Nebraska and Iowa. So really our strategic priorities, when Chairwoman Borgeson asked me to come speak with you today and share a little bit about the future as I see it, this is perhaps the single biggest slide that would reinforce what we do and why we do it, and candidly my vision of what we have to be focusing on as an economic development organization. Our 3 priorities since the day I started was economic development, public policy and advocacy, and member services and support, with economic development being the driving factor for the Greater Omaha Chamber of Commerce. Many of you have participated in some form over your public or private lifetime in terms of the business attraction, the business retention and expansion work that the Greater Omaha Chamber has been doing for 40+ years. Others have participated in some of our startup, entrepreneurship, and business creation work, whether in North or South Omaha or across Douglas County. Some have more recently participated in really what has been a focal point for the Greater Omaha Chamber around talent attraction and retention. Some of you participated in some key programs, such as our Young Professionals Program or our DEI Code programs, that really seek to ensure we have a welcoming and inclusive community for us to be able to retain and attract the workforce of tomorrow. Small business assistance. Many of you have heard roughly 10 years ago, the Greater Omaha Chamber, in partnering with a number of public entities, created the REACH program, which is a technical assistance program really targeted to those historically underutilized businesses in communities in North and South Omaha in the construction and trades industry. Last but not least, clearly our job day in, day out is to promote the Greater Omaha area and region, not just across Nebraska, not just across the region, but across the United States, in our hope to attract new companies, new investment, and new talent to our region. Public policy and advocacy, I'd be ashamed not to mention a former colleague of mine, former Senator Mike Friend, now Commissioner Mike Friend, in terms of his work in the legislature, seeing that state activity that the Greater Omaha Chamber of Commerce typically involves heavily in state politics, state public policy. We've become more active in local government with our Douglas County, MUD, OPPD, and the city of Omaha, as well as our work at the federal level, as we seek to try to work with our federal delegation members to bring back federal funding for key economic development priorities. And last but not least, our member services and support. We, as an organization of 3,000 members, focus every day on what we can do to provide better support services and a better ROI on those members who entrust us with their dues and with their business's brand and reputation. It's something that we're constantly looking at in my 39 days here on the job, in the sense of what we can do to provide a greater value, knowing that we, as I will get to here shortly, we are a small business driven organization when you look at our membership base. One key aspect I'd like to share with you today, in part because it is truly our #1 economic development priority as an organization, is the work that's been done around the urban core. The urban core effort started back in, give or take, 2020, really culminated in March 2022 when the Urban Core Strategic Plan was released, around what we can do as a region to really drive more dense economic growth and population growth in what we call the core of the Greater Omaha area. That is 48th Street on the west, River's Edge and Council Bluffs on the east, Cummings Street on the north, and Leavenworth Street on the south. The focus and big audacious goal when this plan was released in March of 2022 was that we were going to help facilitate 30,000 new residents within the urban core, 30,000 new jobs created inside the urban core by that 2040 deadline, so to speak. So it was 18 years to be able to drive what we believe is some fairly significant growth in that urban core area. And I'll make sure Jennifer Krieger, who's with me today, our Senior Vice President for Public Policy and Advocacy, I'll make sure she's able to get the commissioners all a copy of this very lengthy strategic plan. But if you read through that plan, there's 11 core projects that we highlight. And you can see on the screen here various neighborhoods, various business districts that would all be impacted by these 11 core projects. And breaking the strategic plan down in a nutshell, outside of housing, which is a significant portion, outside of commercial redevelopment, which is a significant portion, a number of the core projects tie into transportation, of how we're able to move our residents around the urban core area in the sense of not having to have a vehicle to be able to live their day in, day out lives. One of those key projects, no doubt, that you've heard an awful lot about is the modern streetcar project that the Greater Omaha Chamber has supported since its inception, and we look forward to continuing our work with Mayor Stothert and the Omaha City Council in that process moving forward. But that's not the only transportation-related project that we're looking at as part of this urban core strategy. And I think, if anything, the optimism and the excitement that I keep hearing from residents in Omaha around the reinvestment of building out the core, which will strengthen the whole region, is tremendous. But I also know to some extent we have a lot of work to do. That this is not easy work to do in terms of urban redevelopment. This is not like greenfield economic development where we have a blank canvas to work from. We have to work that much harder in terms of getting the parcels, working with developers, working with financing mechanisms to be able to build the urban core as we see it per this plan. That being said, as I mentioned earlier, the Greater Omaha Chamber is a very unique organization in the sense that while we are Omaha and Douglas County based, we serve an 8-county region across 2 states. Washington County, Dodge County, clearly here in Douglas County, Sarpy County, Cass County, and Otoe County in Nebraska, and Pottawatomie County and Mills County on the Iowa side of the border. This is a very unique partnership that started in 1991, with Sarpy County being the first county to join forces with the Greater Omaha Chamber, with the thought that we're stronger together when it comes to trying to land big economic development projects. That big major companies and entrepreneurs, they don't look at county lines or street lines in the sense of where they want to build a project, because we've grown as a metro region over the years where we're bringing population bases in from Dodge County into downtown Omaha here, as well as everywhere from Glenwood, Iowa, and Mills County to Nebraska City from the south. And that's a unique model, candidly, that you don't see across the country. There's a few other regions that have a similar concept and model where you've got a large metro region that bleeds across multiple jurisdictions. This is unique because we bleed across 2 state lines. And our friends on the eastern side of the Missouri River in Pottawatomie and Mills County have been nothing but great partners, consistently looking for ways for us to collaborate as a region, 2 states, 8 counties, to land some of these big development projects you can see in some of the sectors and industries that really we are focusing our time and energy on. This real quick, I would just show you, while we look at that 8-county region for site development, you can see these are sites that currently are available across our 8-county region, and we do have a number of developable sites, whether they be small or smaller, I would say, in Douglas County. They are sites nonetheless that more encompass our developable sites across the 8-county area. The one area that we consistently have been exploring, both with local partners but also our colleagues and friends at the state level, is the need for a mega site. The reality is, if we as a region would like to try to attract a major auto manufacturer, we currently do not have the infrastructure in place in our 8-county region to be able to do that. And the only way we're going to be able to do that is through a partnership, likely a public-private partnership, including local government, state government, and the philanthropic and private sectors collaboratively finding a way to be able to do that, in the sense that we have opportunities that consistently get brought forward to our office where we can see hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of investment, billions of dollars investment for a mega site development, ranging anywhere between 3,000 to 6,000 job opportunities for our region. But right now, candidly, we're just not there in the sense of not having those sites developed. You'll likely continue to hear me and colleagues from the Greater Omaha Chamber consistently bringing that issue forward for our future economic growth as a region. And as I mentioned earlier, these are just a few statistics so far this year with the Greater Omaha Chamber. I know some of you have gracefully been able to attend a meeting or an event here or there. Outside of our 140 events, 8,000 attendees. I mentioned earlier we have 3,000 member businesses coming to the tune of roughly 25,000 individuals who are members of the Greater Omaha Chamber through their membership. But the most important factor, and I think this is lost on a lot of folks, that 80% of our members are small businesses. And so when we think about economic development, when we think about entrepreneurship, we think about areas of Douglas County that we need to focus on. Those 80% of our members truly give us great feedback, and they give us opportunities, I think, to deliver more for them, working whether with governmental partners or working with philanthropic or other partners for their future economic growth. This is a slide, just to some extent, is a nice reminder that, you know, as a region that's home to 4 Fortune 500 headquarters and corporations, we do have recently, these are recent statistics and recent rankings that we've had over the last year, both in terms of military service, a city to relocate in Omaha, best places to live, best places for families, and best places for business and career. There's a lot to be excited about the greater Omaha region in terms of what's happening. But as those who worked with me in my past and former life know, the work never stops, and we can never be happy with what rankings we currently get. We've constantly have to be moving forward and constantly need to be striving to be the best in every single category for our taxpayers, for our businesses, and for our residents. So there's a saying that my predecessor, David Brown, used to say that I firmly believe 100% in, which is a region that isn't growing is dying. And I use that quote because that is something that truly is a North Star for us in terms as an organization. I believe it's a North Star for all of you as Douglas County Commissioners, which is we value growth. We want to see growth in population. We want to see growth in property valuations through investments. We want to see growth in businesses, and we want to see growth in prosperity for our residents and our taxpayers. These are just a few of the economic development priorities and spaces that I hope that you as a Douglas County Board of Commissioners will take back, contemplate, consider being a partner with us on. Clearly, the Urban Core Strategic Plan implementation is a long-term regional plan at the end of the day. It cuts across Omaha, Council Bluffs, Douglas County, and Potawatomi County. That's an 18-year time frame when this plan was released in 2022, and it's going to be consistently at the forefront of the work we do, and I hope the work that all of us do collectively in terms of a region. North and South Omaha economic development opportunities. It should not be any shock to those of you who I've worked with in some capacity coming from the south side of the city that North and South Omaha need to become a bigger economic development priority for the work we do at the Greater Omaha Chamber. In part because the state of Nebraska has committed to investing over $400 million in new investment in economic development, housing, placemaking, workforce development efforts that I believe we need as a collective region to focus on and make sure that we are all leaning in to be as best partners as possible for the opportunities that I believe exist in North and South Omaha. A Metro Area P20 initiative. Coming from higher education, I can tell you my past experiences that there are a lot of great partners and institutions in the education space, both public and private. The best way for us to be able to address some of our biggest workforce and talent needs is for us to find ways to collaborate. For us to be able to bring different partners together and set audacious goals, put them on paper, and have everybody work towards them in terms of our education system. This is something the state of Nebraska did, give or take about 15 to 16 years ago, where they were able to see monumental movement in test scores, in graduation rates, and enrollment and attendance issues back in the mid-2000s that kind of bled into the early 2010s. There's no reason that as a region that has 8 counties, that has a number of school districts across these areas, that we shouldn't be able to do something similar. The Regional Public Transit Authority implementation, this is something that all of us should be thinking about day in, day out in terms of the expansion that will continue to happen with our colleagues and friends at O-Metro, formerly known as Metro Area Transit. The state legislative proposal that allowed them to cut across and expand across county lines and become a regional transit authority is something that both creates opportunities, but also creates, we can all acknowledge a little bit of the challenges that could exist in terms of ensuring that we have a transit authority that is ensuring service across our entire region. I can tell you it's an issue that has been brought up to me in all of my county partner site visits, in the sense of wanting to find out what happens as O-Metro continues to expand outside the Omaha area proper as part of this regional implementation. And clearly, last but not least, the continued business attraction to Douglas County. It should not be lost on any of us that we have opportunities to help our existing employers grow and expand in Douglas County, and that is a significant priority for us at the Greater Omaha Chamber. But we have to be able to do more than one thing at once. And that means we have to be able to attract new companies, new investment, and new talent to Douglas County moving forward. So you'll consistently hear us emphasize companies, whether they're bringing 25 jobs or whether they're bringing 3,000 jobs, are important to us. They're important to Douglas County, they're important to the city of Omaha, and clearly they're important to the Greater Omaha Chamber. The role you play as the leading public officials for the Douglas County government, by all means, you have an important role in this process. And I know a lot of the great work you've done over the years around criminal justice reform, behavioral mental health care is vital to what Douglas County, this Board of Commissioners does every week, every month, every year. I would implore you, though, to start to partner with us and look at ways we can find opportunities to partner in economic development growth opportunities across the county. I just was yesterday groundbreaking out in Chairwoman Borgeson's district, far out west off 192nd and Dodge, and people are as excited about our region and excited about our economic growth at 192nd and Dodge as they are off North 24th Street, or they're here in Farnham Street here at the City Civic Center. So that being said, I want to thank you for the opportunity to spend a little time with you. I look forward to partnering with you in the future, and I'd be more than willing to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Heath, it's good to see you again. I was going to call you and congratulate you, but I'll congratulate you now.
Thank you.
Don't have your number. We'll have to
We'll fix that.
We'll have to rectify that. Heath, I was at a Grow Grand Island event a couple weeks ago, and the individual that was providing the dissertation or the information pointed out that their community's got issues in relationship to a kid graduates, goes to Lincoln, goes to Kearney, and they're gone. They don't come back to Grand Island. They may eventually, but they don't. I think we've always had sort of the same problem here. I've got 2 daughters that are in Chicago. I can't get them to come back. I mean, now, can you, simply put, can you speak a little bit? They communicate in ways that I don't. Okay, so you're trying to reach these people. Your folks and your businesses are trying to reach these people. Can you talk about the online and kind of the cyber changes and creativity that you're utilizing, search engine optimization, things like that, to actually target some of these folks? Streaming services that they're using, they don't watch KATV like I do, right? So talk a little bit about that, and then maybe talk about the partnerships you have with recruiting firms to try to get these kids, young people, back to Omaha and say, hey, there's opportunity here. So anyway, there's a lot there. But
I'll do my best. Thank you so much, Commissioner Friend, for the question. I would preface an answer with the biggest challenge I think we have as a region is the current brain drain that still exists with our college graduates leaving our area on an annual basis. Data from the University of Nebraska at Omaha Center for Public Affairs Research Center essentially has shown that for consistently over a 10-year window, we lose on average about 2,000 young individuals between 18 and 34 that have a bachelor's degree or higher. That, I think, for us is a bigger red siren than anything else, that we are not able to retain those who are going through our education systems to keep them after they finish their education, to keep them and employ them in the Omaha area. That, I think, is for us the bigger siren, is if we don't figure that out, all the money, all the time and energy to recruit people to come back, we're still at a loss. So real quick, I think the opportunities that do exist with retaining our current talent that is finishing various educational tracks, whether it's a community college degree, whether it's a bachelor's degree, or a certification, is the opportunities that exist with internships. And that's something that you'll likely hear a lot more about. The state of Nebraska recently invested $20 million into an internship fund. That's going to be turned into a public-private partnership with our friends at the Exarban Foundation to be a statewide effort for organizations like us, but also organizations like Douglas County government to encourage organizations to offer internships to our youth across Nebraska with the hopes that we can keep them here after they finish their schooling. In terms of attraction of out-of-state residents, I didn't have it on my slides, Commissioner, but we are going to be embarking on a plan by the end of the year of a national workforce attraction campaign targeting areas of the country where we know we lose our residents, particularly our young residents, for other economic opportunities. And that's truly through digital media purposes. The days of television and radio are still here in some industries, but for us to try to attract certain, I would say, certain workforce sectors, certain talent sectors, we have to be able to go and find a way to get them through the LinkedIns, through the TikToks, through the various social media platforms that we know are the best channels for us to connect to that 18 to 34-year-old time range.
That's great. Thanks, Heath.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. Hey, thanks for this, Heath. Appreciate it. I wanted to kind of drill down a little bit on some of this attraction thing. I just returned from Ireland, where the mayor and I met with business and government leaders over there, and we've had good cooperation from the chamber in developing relationships with the Irish who come here. I noticed that Jen, who's here with you today, helped us with the ambassador's most recent mission, and we had a mission last year from the Irish Development Administration as well. In terms of international outreach, what specifically could we do to enhance that, what we're doing? Because I know, at least with Ireland, which is now the richest country in the EU, they have significant American corporation footprint there, and some of them are even Nebraska corporations. So what if anything, could we do to enhance that? We're very interested in doing that.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Kavanaugh, and thank you for being my county commissioner in terms of the district I live in. You know, I can give you some perspective of what the Greater Omaha Chamber used to do in the sense of being a very active player in the international business attraction in trade industry in prior reiterations. The Greater Omaha Chamber had a dedicated international business development staff that would spend time working on attracting international investment, foreign investment, assisting with trade missions, things of that nature. The organization has morphed over a number of years where that has not, let's just say, has kind of not become a priority focus on business attraction. I think the opportunity exists for us moving forward, candidly. We have had both the past governor and Governor Ricketts, as well as the current governor, Governor Pillen, who both are prioritizing foreign investment in international trade missions. It's something that we clearly, I think, as an organization representing this 8-county area, need to be very active with and need to be supportive of. Our past work, I think, speaks for itself, as you mentioned, Commissioner. I think it's just an opportunity for us as we recalibrate our economic development strategy over the next 5 years of finding and seeing where that international and foreign investment lies with us. We still do have a foreign trade zone through the Greater Omaha Chamber of Commerce that we partner with an entity in Omaha to help facilitate that, manage that for us. And that's something very unique for our region. And it's something that we really need to champion more. And in light of the recent trip you were on, those are the kind of opportunities that we probably need to be thinking a little bit more of as we start to focus on, I would say, the next 5 years of our organization's economic development strategy.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Boyle?
Yeah. So thank you for this optimistic view of what the future looks like. I think the biggest struggle you will have, which you acknowledge, is the workforce development. And so I think the big challenge is to look where young people are going when they're graduating, and really make note of the political environments of those locations. I think one of the big struggles we have is with the state politics here is that we're basically telling young women and anybody who believes in the rights of LGBTQ folks that if you're of the age that you're trying to recruit, that you don't belong here, and if you're not in one of those groups, that your friends don't belong here. So I think it's really, if we're trying to recruit young people for workforce development, I think that's probably the biggest problem that the state has is, and I can tell you just as a trying to recruit physicians to practice. There are national studies that say that that physicians, when they're finishing their training, they're basically crossing off the list any job in a state that has these backwards laws. And so I think it's an up-here struggle to get the professionals you're looking for, just because of the laws of the state of Nebraska. So when you I mean, I'm sure that as Commissioner Friend said, you know, one of my kids lives out of state as well. The other one is still here but trying to get out. And so I think that's a sad statement that even those of us who are very engaged in our communities can't keep our own kids here. And so I struggle with that, but I think really I already know that the Chamber of Commerce has made some efforts to try to reach the state house to say, hey, you're not helping our job to try to recruit and keep young people. So I want to encourage that continuation, but showing more data that says what cities are these kids going to. I think that'll give everybody a clue about how we need to change the politics of our state if we really want to improve the economy here. And that, of course, boils down to the more young professionals we have, they'll buy houses, they'll pay property taxes, so maybe everybody else's property taxes can go down, and maybe we'll be more of a little bit of a destination. I mean, I just see it's an uphill battle, but I think that's really where it has to start. So if you would comment on any other efforts that you have to change the politics at the state level to help promote and make your job easier to recruit young people.
Well, I appreciate and thank you for the question, Commissioner Boyle. And you did mention that the single biggest issue I have heard in talking with our members over the last 39 days has been workforce and talent attraction and retention. There is nothing that compares to that issue with any organization I've met or spoke with in terms of the driving economic factor that we're all trying to deal with in terms of record low unemployment in Douglas County and as well as across Nebraska. I would simply highlight once again on one of the slides in the paper copies or the digital version, inclusive is a guiding principle for our organization. And ensuring that we have an inclusive and welcoming community is something that the Greater Omaha Chamber has consistently led on and consistently advocated for, and will continue to do that work. Clearly, I can't speak to every single legislative proposal, particularly ones that our organization does not engage in or does not testify on. But what I can tell you is that we consistently bring forward that message of inclusion and ensuring we're being a welcoming environment to every policymaker, whether it's the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, the Nebraska Legislature, the governor, or our federal delegation, and we'll continue to do that work. Will it be enough to be able to stem the brain drain that I mentioned in my comments to Commissioner Friend? Time will tell, but I think as a young 44-year-old Chamber of Commerce president, CEO that has a lot of life to live to try to connect with that younger generation, that's my hope, I think, in my current position to be able to try to convince that next generation about the opportunities to be in the Greater Omaha area, the opportunities to see and be the change that they want to be and see in the Greater Omaha area, whether that's through the business community, whether that's through the nonprofit community, or whether that's through public service.
Well, it's an uphill battle, I think, until we change things at the state level, but I appreciate your effort. All right, thank you.
I see no other lights. Thank you very much. I do want to see if there's anyone here wishing to speak at this time or on Zoom.
Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue. I think this is great information. I'm glad you brought the chamber forward, because one thing that I have noticed that is missing in the economic landscape of Nebraska, in the urban core, in the rural area, is microgrants. I don't know who is pushing for microgrants. I don't know who is providing microgrants, because the information isn't marketed or the services isn't readily available. Regular banks, they're like, oh, you got to have a $5,000 loan to begin with. Microgrants can be a lot smaller than that. The amount can be less than that. And I think that could help a variety of people to accomplish their economic goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Larry Store, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Business Administration, so I do assume some knowledge of various things and statistics. I had a career in sales largely, but I've also done railroad work and clerking. I have a lot of friends in Iowa. I graduated from Abraham Lincoln High School, Council Bluffs. I have friends in Dodge County, Fremont. I go to a lot of different meetings of people that consider themselves good citizens, doing due diligence, monitoring their government, and they are afraid of their government. Some friends in Dodge County are finding out that they're after some of their farm properties now for economic development. Bill Gates, Zuckerberg are buying up farmlands around Nebraska. There are Chinese firms buying American land, but we don't discuss that in these chambers, do we? And we should. It is a national catastrophe, but we the people are getting tired of it. This gentleman had a very nice presentation, very effective. He's asking for the order. He dropped a pin on your desk that you're responsible for protecting the budget, okay? Now, I don't want to have to leave Omaha because of my property taxes to go to Council Bluffs or maybe Fremont and find out you're encompassing me over there already. My friends at Council Bluffs don't want to be bossed around by you people. They want to stay Council Bluffs. They want to stay Iowa. Fremont County, Dodge, wants to stay Fremont. They don't want the orbit bus in Fremont. Neither does Council Bluffs. I don't want to have to ride it from hither to the other. And if I have to go back to work, I don't want to have to ride orbit to Fremont. So what I'm saying is this government has gotten too big. It needs to stop. We don't need an 8 county-wide, 2 or 3 statewide cooperation agreement between governments. The founding fathers warned us against this. It has to stop. And I think I'd put myself up against Mr. Jimenez on the Constitution any day. I have a couple of organizations that I've studied the Constitution with for over 6 years or more also. And I've tried to mention it every week here, but nobody here likes to talk about it. Sometimes you don't even want to swear allegiance to the flag. And we've had little Marxists sit back here that won't stand when we have a pledge. Those things have to stop. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the Board of Commissioners about an item, or this particular item, sorry.
Don't get me in trouble now.
I'm not trying.
Jaquela Yarbrough, 2417 Burdette Street. Mr. Mello, if I ever receive an award, you have to introduce me. Very great presentation. Some of the notes that I jotted down, I'm very excited to hear about your strategic plan to outsource talent and opportunities. I just want to highlight the need for opportunities to the people who are here who don't necessarily have access. So there is a business district along the 24th Street corridor, the Fair Deal. I sit right behind that, so essentially we share a block. I'm just to their west, and we have no Wi-Fi. The problem with that is, and I've had Cox, I can get 8 gigs from Cox, I can get 7 gigs of fiber optic from CenturyLink, but it takes 10 gigs to hold a Zoom meeting or a virtual Zoom meeting, or a virtual meeting of any kind, Teams, Zoom, whatever. The problem is we run a data science academy because I'm a data scientist. We do career training for kids who are who want to learn to code, Python, any type of data science coding, C#, you name it. We also, as a commercial drone pilot, we train talent to hopefully go into agribusiness, since that is a huge part of our economy in Nebraska. We need internet access, so we have tried to outsource that through some creative some creative planning with some support through the University of Colorado, and hopefully we've applied for some other funding. Hopefully that comes through. But you might imagine just some of the issues that we have due to the lack of access to Wi-Fi, such as processing payments or holding virtual meetings and trainings, also submitting grants in a timely fashion because everything just gets held up. And so why would you pay for an office space in the northeastern district of Nebraska, a thriving business district, and we don't have access to Wi-Fi? So if you have to host a meeting or go to a training at a library or a Starbucks, what does that say about the business district? And so I think that as we begin to look at how we make and improve commerce in Nebraska, that we don't forget about the little guys who are steady trying to develop an ecosystem of our own and pull ourselves out the mud. We do provide very, very valuable and innovative services. I'm not aware of anyone else who provides quite what we provide. Secondly, with transportation, I know this gets more into a mayoral and city issue, but even with, I can think of a number of, when we talk about transportation and just how we get people from point A to point B, I grew up in North Omaha. I've lived in Valley, Nebraska. I've lived in Lincoln. As a student in Northeast Omaha, I went to Iowa Western for the summer and I rode the bus. And so when I hear about a trolley system, but people in Valley, which is still Douglas County, don't have a bus to get from Douglas County to get to work or to daycare or to school in Northeast Omaha or South Omaha, I think that it's something to be considered, specifically for the families who are a part of the county who don't seem to be, and I could be reading this completely wrong, but I don't see that there's a transportation route in order or somewhere for the people in Valley, Nebraska. I see that Fremont is mentioned, but anywho, I think there could be some tweaks to plans. Essentially, as a Black female doing business in Omaha, Nebraska, I will tell you the number one reason we don't retain Black talent is because, for one, we don't have access. So just the fact that there is a digital divide here that disparately affects people of color, specifically in business, is the number one reason that I would leave. I mean, I get recruited every day. People are like, why are you still in Nebraska? Number two, it is hard for me to retain talent. So when my students leave and they become occupational therapists or they become government contractors or whatnot, I have partners that I can say, hey, I can get you to the University of Virginia. I can get you to McGill University in Montreal. I can get you to these other places, but I don't have anything for you in Omaha, especially particularly if you're a Black male. I can say that Ms. Vita, who was one of your predecessors at the Chamber of Commerce, I'm not sure what happened after a month or so, but I think it speaks volumes to the culture that we still have to develop within Nebraska, specifically at the Omaha Chamber, where is how do we support people who don't look like us, who aren't the majority, who bring innovative ideas but don't necessarily have the support of the majority. Do we oust them? Do we give them a hard time until they leave? Do we put the pressure on? Because I certainly, as a Black female business owner, that's what I experience. And so I look forward to the DEI work that goes forward in Nebraska. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak during this agenda item? Seeing none, again, on behalf of the board, thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it and look forward to a new and better partnership with you. Our next presentation is the Douglas County Sheriff's Office will provide the Board of Commissioners with an update presentation on staffing levels, current recruit graduation schedules, and hiring trends for fiscal year 2024. Chief Deputy William Wren from the Sheriff's Office. The sheriff is going to speak.
Thank you very much. Douglas County Sheriff Aaron Hansen. I just wanted to give a quick preamble. I think it's very appropriate that we had that prepared presentation from the Chamber of Commerce and former Senator Heath Mello. Retention, recruitment specifically is what is going to be the theme of this presentation. And this is in line with us wanting to work with the county board as partners and peers to help both educate the board on issues that we are navigating, whether they're successes or challenges, but then also be able to have these conversations with the public as well. So with that, I'll hand the presentation over to Chief Deputy Wren.
Morning.
Morning.
We'll try not to occupy too much of your time. As the sheriff stated, we're just trying to make good on our promise to be more interactive with the board rather than just budget time, and just kind of see us a little bit more often, see if we can open dialogue, answer questions, that sort of thing. So we'll just run through something that we do all the time. When I first started the sheriff's office, hiring and recruiting was something that was done once, maybe twice a year. It was kind of a part-time job for anybody who worked in administration. As the years have worn on, it's developed into a full-time job, and we have multiple staff members working on it, to include myself, to keep that going all year round. And we're constantly adjusting, myself and Chief Nemok and I, as to what else we need to do to put into that. So we'll go into what we're doing. We're talking about the fall session currently right now. So we're going to try and forecast how we're going to do some of our fillings of the position for the budget that was approved for us, and give you some of the timelines that we had available to make available to you. So our current requisition for a deputy level position, which is 1105, it was for 5 vacancies. However, between the time we posted that and actually closed on August 18th, we're anticipating at least 3 to 5 more vacancies due to retirement. We've had failures at the academy. We have people not make it through the field training program. So that number is always a floating number for us. We try and land somewhere in the middle when we do budgeting. Just to give you a snapshot of where we were when that application closed, we hit up with 88 total applicants. I know that sounds like a lot, to give you some anecdotal, myself and Chief Nemok came on roughly the same time. We would compete usually about 300, 400 applicants at the time. And there's a general formula, somewhere between 10 and 15 applicants, viable applicants, are needed for each spot. So 88 is not very, very healthy for us. But we've been in and around that area probably about the last 4 or 5 cycles. And just a brief breakdown for you over the overall. Forgive my typo there. So what do we do to try and expand our testing availability? We've also noticed that just doing testing cycles on a Saturday does not work for people, because the way things have changed and the way people work from home. We offer 2, sometimes 3 different testing cycles for each of the written tests and the physical test. We're currently using the iOS, or Industrial Organization Solutions test. There's 2 versions of that. One is a more academically challenged based, and then the test that the Sheriff's Office uses is more based on emotional intelligence and decision making. And we did that to expand our diversity hiring, so that we can get people who are more creative and not necessarily academic oriented, although we need a balance of both. We also currently use the Cooper Fitness Test, which requires an aggregate score of 30% based on your age. And then the state of Nebraska requires the passing scores for the test of adult basic education, which is roughly the 6th to 9th grade level. So of the 88 applicants that applied for us, 36 showed up for all phases of testing. Those are not impressive numbers, but it's pretty par for the course. So roughly 41% showed up just to take our tests. Of the 36 people that showed up, only 17 passed all phases and all of the test. So putting it in perspective of all applicants, roughly 19% of everybody who applies can get passing scores on all phases of our test. It's important to note that even with changing to a more emotionally intelligent based testing system, the academy standards and the state of Nebraska standards have not changed, nor should they in some areas. It's a very academically challenging program with regard to law and driving and rules and firearms. Those are minimal standards that have to be maintained. So when we have there's trendings, when we have lower people passing and more people getting those lower scores, we have higher failure rates in the academy. I don't have a slide with it, but in years past, you had to have, with all the applicants we would get, you'd have to have minimum scores in the high 90s with a cutoff score somewhere in 85 just to get an interview with the sheriff's office. Now we will have anybody who passes over 70% will get an interview. So other remaining applicants, and this is just some biographical data for you. We had 13 males, 11 white, 1 Hispanic, 1 Pacific Islander, and all 4 of our females were white. Statistically, the hard data states that 2 to 5 persons, even though they've passed all phases, are really not interested in doing an interview, and they simply don't either schedule or they don't show up. So we use a polygraph exam at the sheriff's office after conditional employment, because that can expand the scope of our questions of our applicants, as backgrounds are very important in law enforcement, we can all agree. There's the hard data on failure rates as 30% of all polygraph people that submit to the polygraph will fail it. From there, we move on to the background phase. With our 10 remaining applicants, if we have them, roughly 50% will either identify something that's a violation in their interview or in the background phases noted that they are unsuitable to work in law enforcement or psychologically or medically unfit. Leaving us to those who we actually hire and send to the academy. Currently, we're up in percentages, but roughly 30 to 40% of remaining applicants do not pass the academy or some part of field training to get to the end of probation. Our retention rates, I'm happy to say, are up to about 60% right now, with about a 90-95% retention rate with lateral applicants. When we get laterals over from wherever they are, Nebraska, Texas, whatever, I think we've lost 1 lateral. Once they come to Nebraska, whether it's from another state or another agency, they seem to stay with the sheriff's office, and we're pretty happy about that. Just some graphics for you. Of all our applicants, on the high end, we'll have 3 people that will retain it through all phases of hiring through the academy and make it past year 1 without failing probation or FTO. And people fail for a number of reasons after they get out of the academy. The academy is the minimum basic information to keep them safe and to work towards training and being on their own independently. However, we have people that have issues retaining officer safety issues, interacting with the public, emotional intelligence, things of those nature that we simply can't just train out of them. And we use the San Jose model for field training, which is very statistically based. It is very mathematic, and it's not only to make sure that we're giving the best training, but also to ensure that we have not missed anything as far as this individual. It's very applied across the board to those individuals so that they don't, so there's no subjectivity to each person. It's an expansive system. Why is this happening? Well, I think that we can all agree this is some national trends which have also fallen into Nebraska. I've noticed that our mean of applicants are in their 20s. Many of them don't have a college education at all. Now, there's some argument that we're looking for more creative people. Do they have to have a college degree? Absolutely not. But from an academic standpoint, there is a correlation with those persons who have at least gotten through an associate's degree, sit in a classroom, and actually learn how to study. Because you cannot pass the academy, whether it's in Grand Island or here locally, if you don't know how to study, don't know how to discipline yourself, use your free time, and understand the importance of not just hanging it up for the day and going home and doing whatever. So that's where we're struggling, is seeing when they don't have higher scores on those tests, our entry-level test, and when they don't have the college education or some sort of that, it's difficult for those persons to pass. Many of them have very little work experience. When you get people who are in their 20s, 22 years old, they don't understand the concept of a 24-hour shift and working and contributing, starting at the bottom. We need the entire career field, statewide, local, nationally, needs creative people. Creative people are the way to push law enforcement forward. However, on the backside of things, the model of law enforcement is starting at the bottom and working your way up. So those two they don't work together immediately. Eventually they do, and we filter those persons of great creativity through our through our programs in community outreach, recruiting, all of those things. Another area where people fail is fitness orientation, service orientation, combat sports, things of those nature where we took for granted riding bikes, falling down, all of those things. Those don't simply occur, and we have to spend extra time training and setting those disciplines into persons. So this particular process, we're now whittled down to 14. As I suspected, several didn't show up or bother to show up. Interviews have started. We're doing them this week. Only yesterday, I actually walked a gentleman out of the building and escorted him because he, in his application and his interview, disclosed that he's on an active sexual assault protection order. This is the type of applicant we sometimes get where they don't see the problem with their background, and they just go ahead and apply. And that wastes a lot of time to weed through these persons because they think that's no big deal. I want to work here. That's what I want to do. It's very one-track mind. So from there, what do we do about that? We're certainly, through the generosity of the board and working with the finance, we're adequately funded. We are very competitive in the market. The exit and entry interviews that we do have proven that we're adequately competitive with the market. It is more about opportunity to work immediately as detectives, as SWAT members, things like that, where we can get you there eventually. We have to get that message out there that we need to get you first. And recruiting is that area where we've completely changed in the opposite direction since Chief Niemock has taken over, and he's going to speak very briefly as to what we're doing. And we feel we're making some headway there. For example, we've recently recruited a young lady out of New Mexico who had the option to go to Sarpy County. Their wages are $14,000 more a year. But due to our recruiting efforts and really focusing on the lateral effort, she's coming to us instead. And that's what we want. We're going to invest very heavily in the lateral program, both time and money, in getting the outside the state of Nebraska and inside for reasons other than money. And we just want to give you an idea of where we're at and open any discussion or questions that the board might have.
All right. Did you say someone else was going to present something
I
real
think
quick?
Chief Niemock was going to speak very briefly to recruiting.
Okay. Let's go ahead and do that, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Thank you, Commissioners. Will Niemock, Chief Deputy Operations for the Sheriff's Office, and I will make it brief, but as Chief Wren talked about, he handles the hiring side, I handle the recruiting side, and the recruiting and law enforcement collectively has been an evolution of times. In my 25 years as a law enforcement officer, in the past, although law enforcement agencies recruited, it was more of a posting than a recruiting effort. 500 to sometimes over 1,000 people would apply for a dozen or less openings. And so what this recent past, and I think you see it across the nation in terms of other agencies, what it's presented is a need for law enforcement to evolve, essentially, to compete, for lack of a better way to put it, and to change the way that that we find qualified applicants. And so on the onset, starting a few months back, we did essentially a deep dive study as to what we can do, how we can kind of change the way that we practice in terms of finding qualified applicants. And so that's been very, very fun, very exciting for me to kind of steer that effort. And I think we're moving in a lot of good directions. Some of those directions are going to take time. And so the sobering stats that Chief Wren talked about, I think as we stand here this time next year, we're going to see a lot of different numbers, a lot of different positive numbers, a lot of things that bounce off of the previous speaker and the chamber in the advantages that the Omaha Metro presents, essentially as a place to live, place to grow, both individually and as a family. And so those type of things we're going to fold into our plan. We're very confident that our plan will succeed in time, and but it's a plan that is requiring of change. But like Chief Wren stated, I thank all of you for your support in terms of making us competitive from a fiscal sense. that is the first hurdle. That is the first thing that recruits look at is in this very instant gratification kind of civilization that we live in. That number is got to stay competitive, and you've done a great job getting us there. So much appreciated. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Sir.
Thank you. I think Sheriff Hanson's still here. I just wanted to comment on this. We're in a difficult hiring climate nationally, and I want to commend you and your staff for recognizing that and getting out in front and doing some heads-up strategic planning going forward. I think that what you've done here today is the beginning of implementing what sounds like a workable approach to this going forward. I noticed yesterday in some public broadcasts that the United States Army is 15,000 short of its recruiting goal for the last year. And I think that your observation that this is a national phenomenon is very, very accurate, particularly in frontline jobs involving public safety, which are essential to the functioning of our economy. So having this information in front of us is really important, and I want to commend you for presenting this. Also, the transparency of the hiring process, I think, is important for the public to know, because as you heard, when the chamber was talking, we're interested in retaining our young people here in Nebraska to do essential jobs like public safety. And so having this information publicly discussed, I think, is a big part of that. I want to commend you for doing that and say this is a real breath of fresh air coming from the Sheriff's Department, and kudos. If there is anything that the county board can do to enhance the efforts that the Sheriff's Office is making to attract new recruits, please don't hesitate to let us know. But I'm struck by the fact that you had 88, and at the end of the day you have 3, which is single digit when you boil it down.
And that's a maybe, sir.
Sorry?
That's a maybe.
Yeah. So that's a tough hill to climb. I noted in the broadcast about the Army's recruitment problems that they had difficulty during COVID because they would normally go into high schools for recruitment. That might be a little young for the Sheriff's Office, but certainly college age would not.
Well,
what do we do in terms of outreach to young people in our educational institutions?
That's ironically, that's where we're seeing some real opportunities, Commissioner. I'm glad you brought that up. I think this is our largest high school explorer group. I think we have 32 kids in this year's high school explorer group, the largest that we've had in years, and it's pretty diverse, men, women, various different races and ethnicities, so that's good. We also have opportunities that we're looking to grow in terms of other jobs that we have in the Sheriff's Office. Our entrance screening officer positions, which can be a fantastic feeder opportunity for young people getting out of high school. Maybe they go through our Explorer program and then they get into the entrance screening officer or the building security officer position, which is also in the Sheriff's Office. Today at noon, I'm going to be speaking with someone in the Department of Labor about potentially integrating those positions into a federally approved apprenticeship opportunity. So I think, you're exactly right, Commissioner. We want to focus on farther upstream, but part of the value of having this conversation is we need to talk to our peers on our school boards, in our school administrations. We want to make sure that we're building young people that have the soft skills and the labor-ready skills to thrive in our job or in a variety of other employment opportunities.
Thank you.
Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, thanks for the information. Piggyback a little bit, Commissioner Kavanaugh pointed out that, there are issues and there are things that you're trying to do when somebody turns 19, 20 years old to actually get them interested, especially if they meet all the criteria in a career in law enforcement. It begs the question, I spent 10 years at newspapers. I was a journalist for 10 years, and I changed careers. I was 33 years old. How old can an individual be to apply? I'm sure there's guidelines or maybe statutory guidelines as well. How old can a person be, and what type of outreach do we have for career changers? I mean, it's a tough business, right? Sure. Law enforcement. So you get somebody that works at a newspaper, and newspapers don't exist anymore. They go, I'm going to be a cop. No, they don't. You have to go find them. So I guess I'm just wondering, are the juices flowing in that regard? I mean, is a 33-year-old man or woman, we don't preclude them? I mean, are there opportunities there, do you think?
I know there is, and I think we do very well, and we encourage military retirees, regardless of what they came from. I'll let the chief very briefly answer as far as that answer, but there are age limits with regard to, we have people come to us in their 40s and 50s who, quite frankly, do better on the physical fitness tests and the tests because they are just worldly and educated, and they've been operating in a world where just general fitness is the way of life, and we encourage them to do so. And when we do get them, they have a very high success and retention rate.
Well, great question. And that does speak to one of our kind of central tenets is to find a professionally diverse workforce. And so that diversity from both gender, ethnicity, and profession is a kind of the wide part of the funnel if you look at it from that perspective. Because what we're seeing today, I think I just read a local bank is laying off like 250 jobs just within a day or two. And so of how to attract that right type of candidate. And because law enforcement is a job that is so diverse in the respect that it's not all sitting in a cruiser answering call to call to call. There are a lot of different opportunities within the career field to really exploit a person's interest and passions, is how best to get that message relayed to those prospective people of interest. And that's what we're working hard on now.
But yeah, 61's too old, right? All right, never mind.
We could always stage a media event and have you come out and run the course with us. I'll do it with you. How's that sound?
Thanks for the information, Chief.
Commissioner Morgan?
I was going to say something to Sheriff Hansen. I want to thank you for this presentation. Appreciate it. And I heard part of this at our Sheriff's Merit Commission last week when you presented this. I want to thank you. We know we have a homeless situation, and honestly, Sheriff, you've had the communication with some of the people in West Omaha and other places, and I want to commend you and your team for what you've been doing, because you have provided leadership in a partnership with the Omaha Police and others in this effort that you're working toward. And it pretty much doesn't have really much of a finish line. I mean, it's difficult what you're faced with right now and our community's faced with as far as a homeless situation on our Keystone Trails and Papio, and the business is located close by, 77th and Cass, or 84th and Center Street, and so on. So thank you for what you're trying to do and doing.
No, it's no problem. We know that our partners in OPD they're 100 officers down, and we're in much better shape than them. And so when they ask for help, we're happy to oblige. We're a law enforcement team in this community, and just like you all represent constituents from around the county, we want to be responsive to constituents all throughout the county. And so vulnerable population for sure, but sometimes vulnerable populations create additional vulnerable populations in their proximity. So we're happy to try to problem solve to the extent that we can be helpful.
Commissioner Rogers?
Chief Wren, explain to me the statement you made. Explain to me what emotionally based testing system is.
Okay, certainly. Thank you for asking. There's been great movement, I'd say, probably in the last 10 or 15 years, pitting emotional intelligence versus intelligence quotient and testing, both in the private sector world, no matter what the discipline is, for promotional and hiring. Essentially, the discipline, and it's been going on for probably more than that. There's multiple books and studies done on it where a person's intelligent quotient, how smart they are, math, taking tests, science, is all well and good for a professional career, whether it's banking or finance, social work, whatever. However, the trends are that there's a lot of value in persons who can actually think and process and work through things and interrelate that with persons, that interpersonal skills sets, and being able to identify how to speak to persons and de-escalate situations and value interconnectedness between persons, agencies, the ability to think outside the box, I guess is a layman's term, way to explain these things. And I'd be happy to share. I've got so much literature on it. It's really interesting to me. That would break it down for you. It's a long topic, and there's actually full academic disciplines based on emotional intelligence. But there's some really exciting stuff out there that I've always been an advocate of it, because we all know people who, they're book smart, and then you have people who have come up with just like that person is always just knows the right thing to do in the right situation, and they're students of situations, they're students of people, and they take that and they apply that social learning as opposed to academic learning and to their success, and they're creative people, and they always seem to rise to the top as well. We're really exploring that a lot in the Diversity 360 that's going on with the county right now too.
Thanks.
No lights from commissioners. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
Larry Store, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. Thank you very much, as Elvis would say. But this is evidence of the national crisis right here in Omaha. But this is a natural consequence of the constant drumbeat of the media and people in these chambers being anti-police, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to use words that you might kick me out for. A lot of that's the responsibility of people that promote Black Lives Matter's propaganda. We have to heal this country. We need the discussion. It is not racist to discuss it. I remember when Mr. Ben Gray kept saying, we will have that discussion, but never did. It was all from him. Here's an opportunity today to say, what can we do to bring this country back to where we used to be, where we all celebrated our local police and our sheriff, whose primary responsibility is our safety. That's it. That's your job too. My safety is one of your jobs, not somebody else's, but the citizen. And then we, the people, are getting rather angry across this country because this person or me and anybody like me have been labeled even by the President of the United States as the horribles, the discordables, even called traitors to the country, and they're allowed to get by with it. Why do you think kids don't want to go to school anymore? Why do you think they don't know anything about our history? Why do we have problems hiring good candidates? Because our education system is being ruined by national organizations for this and that and their best practices. And once again, It's not your job to listen to them and their best practices. It's your job to be responsive to the people in this county that elected you. And you need to help Douglas County Corrections and the police department find a way to get good candidates and keep them, and stop turning it down. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak?
Yes, my name is Alicia Sexton. My address is 1607 Laird Street, Omaha, Nebraska, 68110. I'm hearing discussion of how they're going to recruit new people. To me, it's common sense that we have to start at the education level in the schools. If they cannot pass TABE test, basic high school graduation test, to apply for the sheriff's office, then we're definitely not getting the education where it's needed. One of those problems was when they implemented No Student Left Behind for North Omaha. That's why there are no black candidates on your paperwork proposed to apply to be an officer, because they weren't able to learn. That one process took the ability for our kids to learn in our system before they get to a high school where they need credits to graduate. So I would suggest somebody, common sense, get back to our North Omaha OPS school district and give them some tools so when they get of that age, they can pass a simple required TABE test that everybody else and all of the other districts, Ralston, everywhere else that they're worried about, pass with no problem. So yeah, I think we should come back to the table with some educational providings for our kids, North Omaha OPS.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
Good morning again, Jaquela Yarbrough, 2417 Burdette Street. I am excited about what I'm seeing here because I have seen the efforts of law enforcement step up as far as diversity, equity, inclusion goes, and as far as really trying to take a step forward and address the need for social emotional learning. My question would be, is that going to be a requirement, just as a TABE test is for employment? Because, and please hear my heart, I've done an in-depth study on just being a victim of law enforcement violence and excessive force. It's growing up black, it's the norm. My grandma was hogtied and shot by the police in 1975 on 33rd and Lake Street. So just growing up, the rift with police and black people just being chased as kids for no reason, just too many of us congregating at one time, has always been an issue. It's a very real thing. So just the fact, this is historical that I'm even sitting in a room with the police right now and I feel normal. But I say that to say, I think the efforts to at least recognize that there is a problem and the willingness to take a step forward and say, how do we address that through social emotional learning is a huge step forward and should be supported. I think it should be supported and be a part of the application process. We have been instrumental in doing social emotional learning as well as standardized test prep in Omaha Public Schools and surrounding school districts since 2013. Students who come through our program, particularly at North High School, Northwest, South High School, Bryan High School, we've had students who come in who read at a 6th grade level. By the time they finished with our course, they were scoring over 30 on the ACT. So it does work. The problem is the change in administration and the support with funding. We'd be more than happy to enter a partnership to do that training for individuals with the TABE test. We've done that for the black firefighters in Omaha, Nebraska as well. My concern then is also to just a slight comment made about just a one-track mind for applying for a job that you may not qualify for based on your background, and I could have completely been hearing that wrong. But my innovative idea is this, and for me it's common sense, but that's because it's relative to the way I grew up. So if you're unfamiliar with that, you haven't had experiences with police brutality, then it's not so common. So I get that. So this is not a dig in any way. But black people, Hispanic people, Native Americans, we have been prone to disproportionate minority contact. So much so that our county has done some work around that in the past, 10, 15 years. I'm not sure where that work has ended up. It's been tough to really connect at those JDI meetings or whatnot, but really developing a plan and implementing a framework to make sure that in partnership with law enforcement and the community that we actively reduce the disproportionate minority contact has been an issue. With that being said, most of your minority applicants who really could be assets will probably have had law enforcement contact and may have a criminal record. So I would just add that that's something to think about and perhaps not a reason to disqualify potential candidates. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this agenda item? All right, seeing none, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to public hearing. We have a hearing to set the final county tax rate for fiscal year 23-24. And our Chief Financial Officer, Lori Persh, is here to, I'm sorry, did I miss that from last time?
No.
Oh, okay. Lori, do you want to give any opening remarks on setting the tax rate?
Hello? Okay.
No.
Wasn't sure if I've spoken before. Lori Persh, Douglas County Director of Finance. Right now, we have, I think in the exhibits that you have in front of you, it shows if we would keep the tax levy the same. I also have given Danesh the, if we decide to consider a move to reduce it by a half cent, as I have heard some discussion amongst some of the commissioners about that. So the budget that passed on July 11th was, in that we had an expectation or an anticipation of an increase in valuation of 9%. What we actually found in the values that were certified by the assessor on August 20th was an increase of 12.2%. So that increase, that implies an increase of 5.5 million. So a decrease of a half cent would reduce that income by 3.2 million, but we would still be ahead of what we had budgeted on July 11th by 2.3 million.
Okay.
I think that's all I've got for right now.
All right. Is there a motion to, oh, this is the public hearing. Sorry. Public hearing. No motion yet. Public hearing. Commissioner Friend.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. So you don't want me to make a motion at this moment?
No, we can't yet. We're in the
All right.
public hearing.
I'd like to, yeah. Madam Chair, thank you. I think, based on my discussions with Finance Director Lori Persh and also previous Finance Director Joe Lorenz, a few others, and I think including yourself, going back a few months, Madam Chair, and others. And I'm not saying, I'm not making, putting people out on a ledge here. What I'm saying is I think we have an opportunity here. It's not a huge opportunity, but it's an opportunity. And what I mean by that is I think that we have an opportunity to provide a little bit of tax relief. But I don't think, I think we also have an opportunity to provide responsible tax relief at this very moment. And since I don't have a crystal ball, and I don't know what things will look like a year from now, and maybe a year and a half from now, I've been on record lamenting the type of economy that we're dealing with, and potentially the type of economy we're going to be dealing with in the future. That being said, Finance Director Persh did a great job the other night. There were 300 people, to the best of my knowledge, at that event that the legislature and the governor forced every governmental subdivision to actually take advantage of going forward. And sure, there was some confusion, but our finance director, Lori Persh, did an excellent job. And one of the things that she pointed out was that Douglas County gets a little over 13% of the property tax revenue that is generated across the county. And what she also did a very good job of enunciating was that the county doesn't have any other taxing authority. There are fees, there are certain things that we garner revenue with, but that's our only taxing authority, is property tax. Now, I've said this before, we have 56 mandated services at the county level. Remember, we get 13% of the revenue, but we have 56 mandated services. Of the 6 departments that came in asking for budget not supplements, but budget overages over the targets this last budget cycle, 5 of them were mandated services. And I think 4 were related to, in one way, shape, or form, criminal justice. Now, there's nothing we can do. We can tweak numbers, we can squeeze numbers, we can do all kinds of interesting things, but those are services we have to provide. And I think based on all of the information that I've gathered, I think that if we don't do something like this now, I'm going to make a motion. If we don't do something like this now, I don't know that we'll ever have an opportunity, at least maybe as long as I'm on the board, to do anything like this again. This was a really extraordinary year. And I think we do have the bandwidth based on the discussions that I've had with folks. So look, I'm open to the discussion. I am going to make a motion to reduce it, the rate by half a cent down to 29.00 or 059. But that's forthcoming. The debate would be welcome. I just don't think if we don't take advantage of this now, then I don't know that we ever will. I don't know we'll have an opportunity to ever take advantage of something like this. And further, maybe next year, we can take another look and say, sure, maybe another half a cent would be valuable. But I mean, at this point, in order to be as responsible as possible, I think we ought to investigate this. I think we ought to take a vote on it when the motion comes and see what the lay of the land looks like. So, Madam Chair, that's all I had for now, but thank you for the time.
Thank you. Commissioner Morgan?
Well, I'm appreciative of being able to be on the Budget Committee for the last 12 years and working with Mike Friend these last few years. And I think he said it very appropriately, and if he makes such a motion, I will certainly be willing to second it. The important thing he mentioned is my dependence here. I have a slight bit of expertise, but I really respect our past finance director for 12 years, Joe Lorenz, and I can't tell you how fortunate we are to have Lori Persh as our new finance director and her input. And I've asked more than half a dozen times the same question, the comfort level that they have concerning this kind of request or motion to reduce it that half a point. And we've really asked that for weeks in advance. So I think we're pretty comfortable with that, and I'd say that to my colleagues on this board, and hope that we can move forward with that for the taxpayers of Douglas County, even though, as Commissioner Friend said, we're 13% of the taxes. It has very small impact, really, on their property taxes, but I think it's a step in the right directions for the schools and others to look at as they move forward with their budgets. So I thank you for this opportunity to address it.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Well, I am delighted that after years of offering this reduction that we're finally going to do something about it. I would join with Commissioner Friend in his move to reduce the mill levy initially by a half cent. I've made similar resolutions, as everybody knows, for the last 5 or 6 years, And we are finally finding some movement that will bring us into line with the surrounding governmental units who have done this for years previously. The information that you have in front of you shows that with the existing mill levy, we would generate significantly more revenue than what is actually needed. Just to give you some idea, last year, and this is a metric that we've used over the years when I've proposed these reductions, last year, the remaining balance for the general funds, this is unexpended funds that we taxed you for and did not spend. That number for last year, remaining balance for fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund was $42,263,261.77. That's just one factor of what I've been talking about in terms of the overtaxation of the high mill levy that we currently impose. So I'd be happy to second, as well as Commissioner Morgan, if Commissioner Friend is going to make a reduction motion of 1/2 cent, because obviously if we don't do this, we're going to continue the trend that we have in the last few years of overtaxing our portion of the property tax pie in Douglas County, and that's not something that we should be proud of or continue to do at all. So I'm glad you're bringing this. I'm enthusiastic in your supporting this, and I look forward to doing some more going forward.
Commissioner Friend?
Thank you again, Madam Chair. And I wanted to be clear about something. I didn't invent these ideas. Like I said, I think I've talked to everybody on this board about this thought process, over the last few months. But there's an important, I said it earlier, and there's an important aspect to this. Somebody might reach out and say, well, why isn't it more? I can't play, again, I don't have that crystal ball. Why isn't it more? Again, dealing with the 13% of the revenue that we actually derive to take care of all the services that we have to take care of, it's very important that we're as careful as possible. We had huge amounts of money come in at the property tax level. We all know that. The important thing to note, though, and I can give you specific examples, on this agenda today, we had the public defender come in here earlier and not necessarily surprise us, but say, look, we're talking about $1 to $1.1 million of additional funding and potential supplemental funding down the road. There's something I don't need a crystal ball for. We're going to have to deal with that. Then we're also talking about the sheriff's office, who walks in, by the way, previously, all of the deputies got a raise. They did. We had to. Corrections got raises. This last year was really interesting from an inflation standpoint. We need to keep employees here. And I don't know, if I had that crystal ball, I don't know what that's going to look like 8 months from now. The reason I didn't vote for a levy decrease last year is because I had no idea we were going to have to pay corrections officers $7 more an hour. I'm glad I didn't vote for that reduction, because we wouldn't have had the money. We need $17 to $20 million in a cash reserve to try to figure out what we're going to do from a rainy day fund standpoint if the bottom falls out. We need that money. We have to have it there, because if we don't have it, we don't have the option to lay off deputies. We're not going to do it. Somebody dials 911, somebody better show up. That falls on us if that problem occurs. Well, they probably call the sheriff, but they call us second, okay? So that's another thing. Then later on in this, when we're done here, we have JAC funding that we have to deal with. Now, right now, it's a grant. That's a 1-year grant. What happens 2 years from now? We might have to pay for that. What happens a year from now? We might have to pay for that. We don't know. And I also know that JAC has metrics, and they have information that shows success rates. We don't want them to go away, but we have to plan for that. So simply put, anybody that's watching this or anybody that cares right now, we lower this a full cent, we lower this a cent and a half, we're talking about anywhere from $6 million to $9 million a year in revenue. Now, if I make this motion for half a cent, we're talking 3.15 million. That's a hit. Let's just say hypothetically two. Here's my final point. Let's say hypothetically two, we had to run 2 juvenile justice facilities for a certain period of time. We're potentially talking about another $2.1 to $2.5 million a year to run both of those facilities, potentially. It's trite. I don't have that crystal ball, but I'm telling you right now, I know how to read a profit and loss statement, and I know how to read a budget. And I'm a little bit worried about trying to overstep those boundaries. That's why I'm coming down and making this statement about this particular item at this particular time.
1 minute.
And did I already say finally? Finally, I've said this before. You compare assessments in this county or any other county to levy lids and tax rates, it's apples and oranges. We could lower the rate as much as we want. But what happened with assessments was a one-off. Never seen. I would think that most commissioners on this board who have been here a while have never seen anything quite like that, what actually happened. I'm betting on the future. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm betting that we're going to need a certain amount of money to try to deal with that type of rainy day thing or umbrella and open that thing up and get ready, because I don't know. I don't know what this economy is going to do. So, Madam Chair, thank you. I've gone far enough.
Okay, no other lights. I did want to make one correction of a statement about us sitting on 42 million. That's not true. We have offices and departments that have encumbered almost 20 plus million of that, and then we do have 20 million, as Commissioner Friend just said, that again, adopting a business-like practice to have a certain amount in a reserve for those catastrophic things, that's 20 million in the reserve. With that, I'll open it up to anyone in the audience that would like to speak on this issue.
Good morning. Rich Dreski, 18916 North HWS Cleveland Boulevard, Elkhorn, Nebraska. Longest address I've ever had. First of all, I want to thank you for the discussion we had here today about lowering the mill levies. I would still challenge you of maybe they even go a little further. As I look at the operating budget for this year, I think it's the documents state that there's a 4.9% increase. Keeping the mill levy where it is results in a 12.2% increase in property tax. So taking it down 0.5% still doesn't get anywhere near what your operating budget increases were. I also challenge you on the operating budgets. I spent 40 years in private industry, and every year as our base grew, or the product we were producing or whatever, our costs were expected to go down. Your base is growing, your population is growing, your housing's growing, your per unit share should be going down. You need to find, yes, I know you have mandatory things you have to pay for, you have to do, but you got to find more efficient ways to do those. You got to find cost savings to take waste out of your budgets. So I would challenge you that, looking at a mill levy decrease is great, but I think it should be in the neighborhood of 27.6%, which is still covers your 4.5% increase or 4.9% increase. Going just a 0.5% doesn't give the taxpayers what they're looking for. If you think you can go out there and say, hey, I gave a 0.5% mill levy decrease and your residents are going to be happy, they're smart enough to see their tax bills going up. And I know you're only 13% of it, but it's also, you were at the meeting last Monday, which I was at, was because your budget exceeded, or your increase exceeded what the state mandate statutes allowed. There was a lot of political subdivisions that weren't there because they weren't planning on exceeding those limits. Yours was. That was one of the reasons you were asked to attend and provide that information. So I challenge you on that. So thank you for taking a look at the lower mill levy, but I don't think a half a cent is where it needs to be. I think you're looking at the neighborhood of 2 or 2.5 cents. It still covers your operating budget increase without going into your emergency fund, but it gives some real release. Don't jump on the property value increase bandwagon like some people are and say, well, we'll just tell everybody the mill levy's the same, but we're getting a lot more money. They won't know it. They won't complain about it. They will. People see that tax bill. And people on fixed income like I am now, that's a problem. That is a problem. You know, I moved back to Nebraska. I grew up in Nebraska. I've spent part of my career here and then worked out of state for 20 years. Came back when I retired for the good life. And I'd like to live the good life. And hopefully it doesn't turn to the other Nebraska motto, it's not for everybody, because that's the way we're heading with some of the tax bills. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak to the board during this public hearing?
Good almost afternoon. Jaquela Yarbrough, 2417 Burdette Street. I don't pretend to understand how the county budget goes, but I am an avid student and I will continue to show up to try to understand. I showed up like about 300 other people in Douglas County to try to figure out the tax issue, partially because citizens invited me or they've been ringing our phone and they think I have a lot more power than I do. But as I look at, I hear and appreciate the consideration of the commissioners to at least review this and say, okay, obviously we need to reduce the proposed tax plan. But I'm just a tad bit confused and I'm just trying to follow the money. When we talk about all of these excessive fees that we now have to meet, the last I checked, we had an unprecedented amount of money that just came into the state over the past 3 years. I know we initially earmarked $10 million CARES Act funding. That was before ARPA funding came in. We put that money into the general fund. How did we spend that money? I'm a mom, and I'm already budgeted because I have 3 and then 2 bonus kids. I also have 4 bonus who won't leave home consistently. And so I have budgeted into Q3 of next year, and I'm just a mom. I don't pretend that I have an entire county to look after. But when we look at, projections are called projections for a reason. When we got all of that extra money, what is it that we did with it to the point where now we're looking at, oh, we have to raise tax or we can only decrease it by 1/2 cent now. The last thing that we should have right now is a money problem because we just got an unprecedented amount of money for the past, 3 years? And again, I'm the same way with my community. I'm the same way. When we talk about $2.1 to $2.5 million to run 2 facilities, we knew that we didn't need a second facility and that it didn't have enough beds to house how many kids we consistently had over the past 20 years in youth lockup. And so again, that's how bad decisions become the rest of the tax basis problem is now we got to carry 2 buildings. One is not even making us money, right? I don't think it should be making us money because we still haven't really provided a proper justification to people why we built that building. The builder themselves, Mr. George Achola, has told me a couple different uses of that building. He told me it was going to be for the more serious offenders, which I can count maybe 12 or 13 serious offenders by juvenile offenders that are committed a year. So, okay, 64 beds in case they all go crazy. But we still have 150, 200 something beds. We haven't been consistently getting that number down to show that we're even going to be able to get kids into the smaller building, right? So again, it looks like we have created, and I say this all the time, and she's watching. My mom bought an Audi because I told her I would help her with retirement. And I'm saying, that's not wise. What did we do with all this money that is coming? I'm like, Mom, I will help you. I will pay your bills after retirement, but don't go buy an Audi on me. And as a county, it's like, we built the Audi plant across the street, and now we don't have anything in production. And so again, now it seems like the taxpayers are having to eat that because we had a say. It wasn't put it to a public vote, but the public unanimously said, hey, I mean, we might have had a few outliers say, okay, I think this might be a good idea. But I don't think we did. I don't think we held the county's feet to the fire specifically in saying, hey, show us a plan that we can sustainably, that's sustainable over time before we commit to 30 years of paying Burlington Capital back. I mean, I don't. So again, when I'm looking at, you don't have enough money. Like my mom is going to say at some point when she falls behind this car note, she's going to expect me to pay for this Audi. And so we're expecting the tax base to now make up for our irresponsible spending, which was projected. I remember having these conversations years ago about, hey, why do we need this building? Can we justify it? We have an influx of cash that has come in. We have money, CARES Act money before the ARPA funding, like I said, came in. We got $10 million earmarked that was sitting in general fund. Did we put that up for a rainy day? Lastly, when we talk about rainy days, I just like to say that for taxpayers, it just seems like we're gonna have a lot of rainy days around here. And so I would just encourage us to do something a little bit different and really consider the base of the county, because I know it's a lot to balance budgets, and I have tons of respect for what you do. I wouldn't want to do that. I don't know. But I say that to say, like, we've seen this coming. And so my question is, how did we then get to this point where we're unprepared, and now it's the point where taxpayers have to eat this? Thank you.
Next.
Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue. Just so you know, commissioners, I pay rent, so I'm paying property taxes plus my landlord's profits for their profits. I'm looking at your previous year's collection, and you collect about 93%. I think one year you had 98% that you actually brought in. You're requesting 188 million, looks like right here, but you're not going to get that whole amount. And if you get close to that, it won't be for a few years. So I'm worried about your cash flow, and if you reduce half a cent, you're talking about $6 to $10 million, and that can help facilitate your cash flow situation. So I am opposed to reducing it by half a cent. I think that if you're going to provide property tax relief to property taxpayers, you can't say half a cent is relief. It needs to be a lot more, like the gentleman prior was saying, and also it needs to be more political subdivisions providing that relief. The other political subdivisions need to look at their revenues, their revenue streams. Where else can they bring in money besides property taxes? And I'm from the meeting that happened previously, I heard one thing, and I'm not convinced that all the political subdivisions are on board on finding other revenue streams. And not just that, not just your cash flow. You are providing a valuable service that if you can prevent incidents through your services, you're going to save people, individuals, you're going to save individuals costs of recuperating from those incidents. So it's important that if you're talking about fully financing your services, that you take advantage of, or you be advantageous of your financial position. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak?
Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, 68132. I need to let you people go to lunch here pretty soon, but, you know, don't we get it? The city has an executive that can slash a budget. The state has a governor that can slash a budget. The U.S. government has an executive that can also slash a budget. I think all government agencies need a line item veto with an executive, strong executive, that's willing to use it and say no to certain programs and handouts. There seem to be a lot of handouts. Some of them necessary, possibly. But we don't really have a good debate about that. We have these programs that maybe get a grant, and then pretty soon, oh, we can't do without the program, but we need employees to administer the grant, the program. This is a good program. We can't do away with it. People are going to scream if we do away with it. So we better hire employees. It causes the price to go up, doesn't it? So then you come to me, I can't afford it anymore. And we've got lots of friends about our ages that are all saying the same thing. There's no good alternative. I guess we stay in our house until they take it from us because we can't afford to buy anything else. Property taxes are set at the price of the local sale in my neighborhood or 4 blocks away. The most recent sale price is, you got to change that. You're going to talk about attracting people for the presentation earlier. You're not going to attract people that can't afford to live here. Affordable housing, there are a lot of affordable houses that are being torn down for these high-rise $400,000 multi-use, multi-combination buildings. A lot of people don't want to live that way, and they don't want to ride these big buses. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak during the public hearing? I will just make a few comments in terms of this is what's frustrating. Not that I don't support this, because I'm the one who actually brought up doing a budget that is with a meal levy reduction, and I was shot down during finance committee meetings. And that's fine. That's fine. We did our budget, but we constantly do this, and we've said it to Commissioner Kavanaugh over the years when he's brought a mill levy decrease, is that we're doing it backwards. We should be building, our sentiment should be to the departments and offices that we're setting a budget without a mill levy increase, period, and see what they come up with. But what we do is what we're just doing, and that is we pass a budget and then we wrap back around to lower the mill levy. And again, as little as it is, we can say we lowered the mill levy. To me, that's not truth in budgeting. Now, we have a whole lot of things that are reasons why it shouldn't be reduced, and a whole lot of reasons why it should. But again, we're doing it backwards. And yes, we're going to take this, if it passes, this mill levy decrease out of the reserves. But again, that's not, in my opinion, fair to our departments and our offices who went through a budgeting process. And now all of a sudden we're coming at the 11th hour to do this mill levy decrease, which again, I'm not saying I'm not supportive of, but we're just doing it backwards. And the bigger issue, when I sat at our meeting the other night, it was real interesting because it was stated at the beginning of the meeting that this meeting isn't for conversation about your values, because that's come and gone, but the truth in taxation and the budgets that we see. And I can tell you that there wasn't one person that talked about that, but they talked about the valuations. And so I think our legislators need to, and a couple were here or there that night, and I hope that they're listening, because we have taken this conversation to them for a number of years, that we have to do our valuation process, our assessment process differently. We heard over and over and over again about a home that sold on their block that now all of a sudden affects their home value, which they've done nothing to their home for, I mean, some of these we're saying back to 1997, I bought my home and I haven't done anything. 1987, and I haven't done anything. But all of these homes on my block are selling, which then, because of that equalization clause in the law, causes a direct impact on my valuation. And so I think that conversation needs to be heard much more loud and much more clear than, again, having these meetings where people are going up over there or taking in more than what the state is allowing them to take in. So I would just encourage from here forward, when we begin to do our budgeting process, that we do it very transparently at the beginning and not come right back around with reducing the mill levy after the budget's been approved. So, and again, state law allows us to do that. We don't have to have it set till today, but to me, that's not truth in budgeting and the correct way to budget. So with that, is there anyone else wishing to speak during this issue, during this public hearing?
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, citizens, I wasn't planning on making any of these comments until Madam Chairman spoke.
Ford, I need you to state your name for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ford Momarts Brown, 1511 Farnham, 508. Anything else? Okay. I wasn't planning on making any of these comments until Madam Chairman just spoke, and it was kind of obvious nobody else had made any comments along these lines. And so, as the man in the street, pardon me if I'm a little halting today, my migraines from the car hitting me are particularly bad today. But I think before we go any further along these lines, the 3 major homeless shelters should be asked to come and testify on this. I was in the homeless shelter system for 14 months this time around. 16 months. And the reason why was because there was no affordable housing for me to get out of there. I started out at the open door housing cult, and it is a cult. I was requested to leave there for being gay and being Jewish, and they made it very clear that those were the 2 reasons. So then I went to the St. Francis House, which you heard me talk about repeatedly. And I've also spent time at the 3rd one, the Stevens Center. And they all 3 have problems. And some of the problems are based on my being Jewish. Some of the problems are based on my being gay. There's not supposed to be a problem with being gay at the Stevens Center or with being Jewish, but they don't enforce those policies of discrimination at any of them. But the point is that I was stuck there for so long because there is no affordable housing to get out of those and go into. Selden and Company, one of the biggest 2 housing corporations in this city, does make an effort to provide some assisted or subsidized housing. But the other largest one provides none. There is no assisted living, and they make it that way. That is their company policy. So what you were talking about, making some assistance available, just doesn't exist. And I'm not the only one who has that problem. When I was at the Sienna Francis house, there was a gentleman there who has been there. He's now in his 16th year in that hellhole because he can't afford to get out. And they have people assisting people in getting out. And it's incredible that people should have that people should have to live in those conditions. Some cities have statutes and ordinances that require a certain percentage of their rental housing to be affordable and low income and assisted and subsidized. Omaha doesn't have any such ordinances. And except for Selden and a couple of other small corporations, there isn't any that's available, thus forcing the vulnerable to live in that. Even the mentally handicapped can't get out because this county decided to shut down our mental care housing. And that's how I started coming in talking to you.
Time. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak during the public hearing, either anyone in the chamber or on Zoom? See.
Alicia Sexton, 1607
I'm
Laird
sorry,
Street.
but I think you already spoke on this.
Not on this
No?
topic.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
it was the other topic about the TABE and the
okay.
sheriff and people not being able to pass the test.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
This topic that I'm getting ready to touch on also goes back to P.J. Morgan when he was in concern about the homelessness on the Keystone Trails and out there and everything, but as well as this man just said, we have a lot of homelessness right here, downtown, as I know he has an office downtown as well. There's a lot going on right here in our vicinity. So if we can't help the people in our own neighborhood and communities, how are we supposed to help Keystone, which is nothing like downtown 15th and Farnham, or where I live on South 24th Street? They're two whole different worlds. That homelessness isn't like this homelessness. So I guess my question is, what is the plan for our homeless people down here in our areas? Is there a plan? Or they just stay homeless? My daughter goes to Central High School. She walks to school in the morning. She has dealt with a lot of homeless people that are on the streets right here outside of our courthouses and everywhere else that nobody, maybe the city, I don't know who, is worried about it. They don't have a plan for it, as he said. They took the mental health away. There's no housing, affordable housing. I have 2 family members right now that have been on Section 8 housing list for 3 years, approved, and cannot get a place. They are actually being evicted. We called the city council yesterday, boards, to come out and check their locations. And they had an appointment today because of the conditions they're living in, because of affordable housing. It's just a place. They're shells. There's nothing really that they're offering the people that need that assistance. So yeah, I would like, probably as some of the other citizens, some help in that direction, because it does help us if we have somewhere to live that we can afford to provide for our families and to make a better move as well.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the board, either from the chamber or on Zoom? Okay. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. What is the will of the board?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to reduce it. I'd like to make,
No.
I'd like to make a motion to reduce the tax rate from 29.559 to 29.059. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can I have a point of order, Madam Chair?
Commissioner Rogers?
You gotta have a motion first. You
Yeah.
gotta have a motion. So I'd move to approve the item A.
Sorry, Chris.
Is there a second?
Um,
We need a motion and
you
a
need a motion to
second
do an amendment.
before we amend it.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion by Commissioner
Now you
Rogers, seconded by Commissioner Boyle.
Can I,
Now
No,
there
you're
is a motion to amend the tax rate by Commissioner Friend and seconded by Commissioner Morgan, I think it was. Did you
What?
second Mike's? Or,
I don't know who.
You did, Commissioner Garcia.
Well, Commissioner Kavanaugh seconded the
Oh,
amendment.
Commissioner
Kavanaugh,
Kavanaugh
yeah.
seconded it. Okay, all right.
Chairman, the point of personal privilege is
No.
I can't hear you.
Okay, thank you. So there is a motion on the floor to amend setting our final county tax rate for fiscal year 23-24 with a reduction of a half cent to our mill levy. So from 29.559 to 29.059. So with that, we will take comments on that amendment. Commissioner Friend and then Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Karen loves it when I do this. I will be brief because I know Commissioner Rogers wants to weigh in. In the state of Nebraska, the overall revenue that the state of Nebraska generates from a three-legged tax stool. So the state of Nebraska generates money for its governmental subdivisions, which would be counties, cities, and everything else. Property tax is 38% of the revenue generated in this state. Almost 2 million people in this state, 38% of the tax revenue that's generated comes from property tax. Does anybody want to guess how much comes from sales tax? Well, let me help you. 18%. Income tax is somewhere in between the two. That is not a three-legged stool. That's not even. Commissioner Borgeson brought up a really, really good point. I'm not throwing the legislature under the bus. I was in there for 7 years. I could have helped. I didn't. I tried, I guess, a little bit, but I didn't. I'm probably part of the problem. I'm not throwing the legislature under the bus, but let me tell you something. When you have that type of discrepancy, these are the type of debates you're going to end up with. 38% of the revenue being generated by 2 million people in the state of Nebraska comes from property tax. Again, 18% comes from sales tax. That is not fair. We have not recodified our sales tax code for 60 years. And you know why? Because the lobby down there is tough. And they hit you and they pound you. And if you want to do something down in Lincoln to change the sales tax code, good luck. Good luck, Governor Pillen. Good luck, legislature. Not going to happen. We do not have a three-legged stool. You want good schools in Omaha, you want good schools in Bennington, OPS, everything else, that's where that money is going. And we do have good schools. But the fact of the matter is we have an opportunity here. It's a slight one. And we have an opportunity here. The cycles are interesting. And Commissioner Borgeson brought that up. I didn't vote for these cycles. I didn't know what the revenue was going to look like until probably 2 weeks ago. And we were making budget decisions on who was going to get extra money and who wasn't, a month and a half ago. Can we change that? I think we probably can, because I don't think there's state law that's going to preclude us from doing that. But today was the day that we have to verify that tax rate. Today. I just say we lower it slightly. That's my only point. And until somebody is willing to do what Commissioner Borgeson and maybe others on this board are actually talking about, We're going to continue to have this every year. And if we have a windfall next year that's going to be similar to this, you might hear me do the same thing, another half cent. But we have to take care of our obligations. 56 mandated services. Somebody want to tell me of the 22 mandated services, you know what the biggest one is? It's our health center over on 42nd Street. $25 million. Somebody want to raise their hand and say, let's get rid of that?
Yeah, if it's not working.
Okay, that was a rhetorical question. But my point is, that's an important asset that we have in this community. That discussion could occur someday, but that's not what we're talking about right now. So I don't mean to get, I promise I'd be brief, 4 minutes. Madam Chair, thank you. That's all I had to say.
With that, there are no other lights. Oh, Commissioner
Chris.
Rogers, sorry.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to, Commissioner Friend made a statement of being here. I was here the last time we lowered it. I think that was '05. And I just want to say this is the easy part. So for those that haven't seen it, there will be a time where this growth rate will be probably 2 or 3%. And so the only thing I'm saying is I supported it then, I'll support it now, but the part just the board needs to think about is when the day comes when this has to be lifted to make it balance. When those sales numbers don't come back to what it is, I hope everybody's at least on the point of you lowered it when it was good, and if it's bad, you're going to be willing to put things there to keep it running. The state put in place a 2% mark that you got to come before the public. We haven't been able to operate at 2% probably since before I was on the board. If the county doesn't come in at about 4%, you don't break even. If you come in at 2%, you're cutting. And so we will be here every year for that public meeting, because there's no entity in Douglas County that can probably operate at 2%. There's none. So I just say that to put that on the record, and I will support it. But again, my word there is when the housing market changes like it will. I hope we're ready to make the decision the other way to justify maintaining a level of service. Thank you.
All right, with that, there is a motion on the floor with an amendment to reduce the tax rate by 0.5 cent. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll move to committees. The first being.
Madam
Sorry. Yep. Do we have a motion?
Yes, for the original, or I guess the full item as amended was a motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Boyle.
Okay. Is any other questions or comments? Please vote. The half cent.
Yeah, so the last vote was to amend it to 29.059 cents. That passed. Now this is to pass the full item as amended. Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, thank you. Next is Finance Committee, the budget report as presented. Next is Child and Youth Committee. There's one item. Resolution for the expansion of the Juvenile Assessment Center, including additional staff to meet the needs of diverted youth and families through combined use of grant funding and general fund dollars. In the first year, this budget paid for by county grant dollars that we have from the Sherwood Foundation, and the amount is $359,500. This was brought to us by Commissioner Rogers. So, Commissioner Rogers, do you want to make any opening? Or do you want a motion to approve so we can start debate?
Motion to approve.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In 2019, the county did a study evaluation with Category 1 to look at the Juvenile Assessment Center and go into the process of kind of revamping it or going into what, I might have called for years JAG 2.0. We may be more at now JAG 3.0 or 4.0. Okay, 10.0 with the years. It's our, and by incidence in a few weeks here, we'll be celebrating the 20th anniversary of the JAG. From that Category 1 study, there was some recommendations brought forward, and ironically, those recommendations came forward in February of 2020. We all know in March of 2020 what happened, and for the last 3 years, we've been responding and trying to get back in order from the pandemic. With that, we revisited the study and then did another assessment by the National Assessment Center, a kind of self-assessment to see where we were. We did a hard evaluation and look at that, and what's being proposed today is a proposal to bring us up to speed on curve to hopefully bring our response times back on what the National Assessment sees is the national average. Right now, our response times are over the time of what they should be, and by the addition of these staff, our hope is to bring our assessment our times to when a kid gets referred to service between 72 and 48 hours, which puts us in average. So with that as proposed, the first year, we will pay for this completely out of grant funds, and then we'll go on a 5-year track, gradually increasing it into the budget from grant funds. So with that, I'd ask for your support and note the letters of support that have come from probation and the county attorney's office. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Yes, I'd just point out that this calls for an addition of 6 employees to Douglas County. This, by the way, is an unmandated activity. Going forward, that is put forward in large part by the Sherwood Foundation, and in the first year, their grant underwrites it. By year 5, we underwrite it forever. And there's no real discussion on this in terms of what are we looking at for the population of children going through the juvenile justice system over this period of time to justify 6 new full-time employees in an unmandated activity forever by Douglas County. I understand what the Juvenile Assessment Center does. I'm not sure that this massive increase in their staffing is warranted at this point, because what they're doing is not something that is actually reflected in the resolution, which talks about interventions to prevent further law violation and enhancing productive growth of youth citizens. That's not what the Juvenile Assessment Center does. They determine whether or not to make a recommendation that juveniles who are already involved in the juvenile justice system should be incarcerated or not. We have a problem with the incarceration numbers because the kids' jail is too small to adequately service our average daily population. This Juvenile Assessment Center function could play a part in that. It's not clear whether it will, and certainly if it does, it's not clear that we would need 6 additional full-time equivalent employees at Douglas County forever, paid for out of general funds. So I'm not sure that this is absolutely necessary at this point. It's interesting that we would throw something like this on the agenda for approval without anybody from the Juvenile Assessment Center coming forward and talking to us about what they're actually doing now and what they would do with the 6 additional full-time employees going forward. This could happen in the budget process if we reinstituted budget hearings on entities like the Juvenile Assessment Center, so that they could come before us in public and justify this. But I'm not inclined to rubber stamp something simply because the Sherwood Foundation has put some money in the first year, but would leave us with the 100% general funds funded positions forever going forward, based on this scanty information and minutes-long discussion.
Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioner Kavanaugh brings up some interesting points. I actually did have a couple of discussions about this with folks that work with the Juvenile Assessment Center on a pretty consistent basis. We've actually got two letters, one of them from the probation office and the other state probation office and the other from the county attorney's office recommending approval. Let's talk about a practical effect of this right now. I mentioned this earlier during the previous debate, and this is why we have these debates. This is why we're in this particular situation right now. Keep this in mind. This isn't general funds right now. It's stuff that we're going to have to deal with moving forward, and that's why I brought it up. But there is one key thing, and this is what I want everybody to try to keep in mind. There is verifiable data and information and metrics that show success rates here. One of the issues that I've had over the last 3 years being on this board and in any other way, shape, or form that I'm dealing with juvenile issues in our society is trying to find programmatic success rates. This and the home program and maybe a few others, the only ones I can find metrics on. So the wins are there. Now, they may not be monumental wins, and we're not changing the world, but the wins are there. You can track that data. Look, this is grant money right now. I think that some of these discussions, and it's one of the reasons I said we have to be careful about trying to gouge our budget one way or the other during decisions about setting rates about 20 minutes ago. Because we may have to deal with this a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now. Right now, this is grant funding. I think at the end of a year, I think at the end of a budget cycle, we can look at this, we can track those metrics, and we can try to find out what the value add is. And when we find the value add, maybe it's going to be worth government funding. If we don't find the value add, we'll have another debate, and we'll go through it, and maybe we'll cut it. But the fact of the matter is right now, I think that's premature. I think we have an opportunity here. We go track the metrics, and we see where we go. Madam Chair, that's all I had. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me, I want to say our budget process, I think, is probably one of the best that it is in the county. I mean, the process has been as open as any place that I've seen here over the last 10 years since it was tweaked. And it's been efficient that those that have not needed money haven't had to come. And I challenge the openness of it to a few of them. And I think, the shots at that are unfair. Let me say that the statement made about the JAC making the decision on who goes on, those are wrong. That is wrong. The county attorney makes the deferral to the JAC. And the JAC then does the service. The JAC doesn't have the power of referral at the end. It makes the connection between the service once the county attorney gets there. So saying that you know how the program operates was wrong from the start. For a brief history, how people understand how the JAC got to where it is. Community-based aid used to be about $400,000. And when the county got community-based aid, the county used to fund two programs, the home program and the JAC. And at some point, probably 6 or 7 years ago, the program was determined to be that instrumental, that we needed to get it off of soft money and make it hard permanent money because of what it contributed. If you think the budget is tight now, you take a look at the budget, what it will be if the JAC's not there and what that means to the other places in the system. It saves money. And the JAC, we gradually had the JAC on, it was totally funded by grant money. And then over a 5-year period, we put it into the budget. That's how it progressed now. Now, we're going in another phase. And the fact is, 6 employees, quite frankly, I was advocating for more. And we got it down to that because you could go there at the demand and the need. But this gets us there where we're at the levels, and it allows us to absorb it and get some recommendation. There is few, if any, programs that we've added on the criminal justice side that have not started grants, and then they have been eased into the budget with knowing where that's at. So I wanted to put that on record and say the place operates about as well as it is. It's 20 years old, and to have probably 1 or 2 people in 20 years when things are different than they were in 2024 is, to say the least, way overdue. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few questions and perspectives that perhaps Sean could help me with in regards to the JAC. And so, of course, big picture, the addition of 6 staff in any department, of course, kind of brings some attention to it. But I just wanted to first explore with you. So somebody gets referred to your office from the county attorney for JAC services, which leads towards one of your staff members trying to engage a family, doing some resource navigation, trying to connect them to different resources that could help them and also prevent them from going back to system contact and into the system itself, right? So you essentially have staff that serve in a way as case managers of those families that choose to engage with services. Is that accurate? Or
Yes.
And those staff currently, without the addition of these 6, what is the average caseload of those staff?
Currently about 70 youth each.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I knew it was high. I was going to guess 40, but 70 is in the social work sphere, the nonprofit sphere. That's pretty ridiculous for a staff to have a caseload of 70, because you can't really be very effective if you're spread amongst so many families. So, when I worked at Boys Town, I had a caseload of about 9 to 12 families, so I could really focus my attention as a full-time employee to truly serve those families, truly get them connected with resources, et cetera. So I'm making that point to express that despite the budgetary reservations, which I do see, I also see the need to add capacity so that you don't have staff case managing 70 families, but hopefully that load can be spread and it would be reduced dramatically, I would assume, if you were to add these 6 staff members. So getting to the data points, getting to the measures of, does this program have a benefit? Does it, is it working the way we want it to work? Again, big picture, this is very early on intervention, early attempts to divert, because the county attorney says, this is not a serious enough offense to move it forward. We're going to attempt to divert them to JAC services, get them families some resources, and hopefully it ends there, hopefully, right? Hopefully they don't come back with a higher charge and actually go into the system. But services are, to my knowledge, voluntary. Like, they don't have to accept your invitation to engage in JAC services. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Sean, can you identify yourself real quick for the record?
Sean Johnson, Director, Juvenile Assessment Center.
So I'm just curious, out of all the families that you try to engage for services, how many accept engagement or services?
I don't have the data point in front of me. We used to average about 50 a year that were declining our services.
Mm-hmm.
We have just begun to pilot a project with the Public Defender's Office where when folks are declining, they can reach out to the Public Defender's Office to hopefully get a different perspective and come back. And so we are trying some different methods of really robustly engaging up front and throughout our process to go along with all of the other efforts.
Yeah, got it. So, there's a few different data points, and maybe more of your information data points throughout the year can be combined with some of the other census and other data points we
1
get
minute.
from like the youth detention center, home program, et cetera. Because I'm curious how many choose to engage in services. Of those who choose to engage, how many complete, successfully with your service that you provide to them, how many actually go through with, seeking those resources that you are attempting to connect them with, and especially of the ones that choose to engage, how many come back around, with system contact later, right? Because that's kind of one way to measure if we're successfully intervening early on, or if they're coming back to system contact in 6 months or in 12 months or in 18 months, right? So I'm curious if we have that kind of data, and if we do, what it's telling us. And so I know I might loop back around just to finish the thought here.
Time, yes, you can go ahead, Commissioner
All right.
Garcia.
So out of those 3 data points, are those things that we currently track?
We do, and I would be glad to have those broken down and come on a regular basis to share.
Okay. I would definitely be curious to see what that tells us, but also more continuously get that information. And I know some of it is discussed at the committee, but some of these monthly reports that we get from Youth Detention Center, if that could be combined with some of the JAC information, that would be, I think, of benefit for us to kind of keep engaged with those data points coming from the JAC. So trying to finish my thought here, I agree long-term, if we successfully intervene and divert early on, and if a majority or a fair amount do not re-engage the system, I agree we do save money long-term. Big picture, we do want to have different efforts. Of course, JAC is not going to solve all problems in juvenile justice, but if it's one program that is showing effective results in early intervention and prevention, then that's a good thing. Early intervention prevention obviously is something we want to have our eye on and be putting resources toward, as long as we're seeing the kind of results we want to see, which goes back to my data points that I'm asking for. But big picture, I'm inclined to support today the request. We know that there's kind of a 5-year stagger down as far as like funding between private and public. If we see positive, tangible results along the way, then this stagger down, I think, could be something I could support. But of course, hypothetically, if 3 years from now we see that majority of our youth are just coming back to the system, and maybe something we're doing is not working and we have to readjust somehow, of course we can have that conversation at that time. But we're not there yet. So appreciate your engagement with me today, and I appreciate the work you do. I've known you for quite a while, Sean, so I do respect you as somebody in the juvenile justice sphere that's working with our families and youth, and I look forward to further information from you and from the JAC.
Thank you for the support, Commissioner.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Yes, I agree with the questions that Commissioner Garcia just asked, and would have thought that in a real world, before we make a commitment like this, we'd not only have those questions, we'd have those answers. What you're talking about is the effectiveness of JAC doing what they claim it does. And that would be like the first thing that you'd want to hear from somebody proposing to massively expand JAC. It's been in business a long time. What's the effect? What's the recidivism of children who have engaged with JAC going back 5 years? That should be easily ascertained and should have been upfront in this discussion, but we can't get that. So we're asked to, on faith, just go forward and expend on unmandated services a lot of money for a long time. This is not the way that you should do this. What you should do is have an informed decision based on empirical evidence that JAC should be able to provide and should have provided in order to underwrite this, instead of citing a bunch of very unspecific authorities who say that JAC could with these monies, save a bunch of dollars. There's no proof in that. What the proof is, Jack has been performing for some period of time, and I think that they do a good job. So show me, based on the work that you have already done, how this goes to exactly the point that you're making, diverting children going forward so that they don't have future contacts. That should be upfront on this argument. It's not, and therefore I'm not taking it on faith here today.
Any other questions or comments on this? And I will just note for the record that during the Child and Youth Committee meetings, Sean does present on a regular basis where the JAC sits, how many they've served, how many have been successful. So that's on a constant during those committee meetings. With that, anyone else wishing to talk on this subject?
Larry Store, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. I hope the people listening out there can hear Mr. Rogers. I can't. I can hear everybody else, but this is a problem every week. I go back a ways on this topic. I remember back when there was a contract let for Luna or Terra Luna and Sherwood Foundation. I don't know, back 2015 or before. Very hot topic, the new programs, empirically based programs that'll be successful and help us keep kids out of trouble or get them out of jail, one of the two. But things have gone along rather poorly since then, and all these programs haven't made a big difference because we had to build a whole new big jail. And now we're asking for more expansion of programs. Problem is, these programs are by people that are outside of our control. They're national organizations. It says so right here. Not my words. They're national organizations with their best practices, which may have nothing to do with Omaha, Nebraska. Surely we've got residents in Omaha, Nebraska that we can hire for this. You know, the numbers are supposedly down because we hide the figures somehow. Why do we have to hire 6 more people for this program? Excuse me. Maybe the program's not working. You should be cutting funds instead of increasing money. Yeah, maybe not right out of my pocket directly, but a lot of private partners, you know, they have more say in it than I do because they've got the bucks. But somehow it affects my property tax. And maybe you need to slash some programs. And maybe we should rely less on Sherwood and Luna's. How many years has that been in effect now? You know, with their money that they have given over all those years, surely they demand more voice at the table than mine. Thank you.
Commissioner Friend.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can everybody hear me? Okay, good. This is a grant. This isn't general funding, not right now. But this isn't county money. This isn't property tax money. This isn't coming out of the taxpayer's pocket right at this moment. What I said was earlier is that, yeah, Commissioner Kavanaugh's right. This is a non-mandated services. This is a non-mandated service. Can we address it after we gather those metrics, after we're done with what Sherwood and the JAC does this year? Year 1 is 100% from Sherwood grant funds. Year 2 is 75% from Sherwood grant funds. Before we get to year 2, can we analyze this during the budget cycle? We're not doing anything out of the ordinary here today. And remember I brought up those 22 non-mandated services during my diatribe earlier? Oh, there's bigger fish to fry in those non-mandated services. And I brought up one of them. I don't want to fry it. That's a health center that costs us a lot of money every year. Do you know how many times I've heard people in 3 years say we ought to address that? We ought to try to figure out How come we're spending X amount there? None. You know why? Because A, nobody complains about it, and B, we think it's a pretty good service. Now, next year, if we figure out, or 2 years from now, or 5 years from now, if we figure out we can't afford it anymore, we're gonna have to have a hard, serious discussion. I'm not saying we do it now. What I'm saying is we throw out these terms, now, I don't, I try not to, we throw out these terms, non-mandated services. Let's be real clear, those 22 services, not this one, we're not funding it. The 22 non-mandated services that are being funded with your property tax dollars, we can have those discussions. Let's do that. Commissioner Kavanaugh knows this. I love a good debate. And we're at noon, we're after noon, we're gonna have to give this room up. I can go on all day long. I can do it all day. I can have this debate forever. But the point is, right now, with this particular item, we're not on point. Let them fund it. Give us the information. If it goes belly up, I'll be the first to try to cut it next year. Madam Chair, that's all I had. Thanks.
Okay. No other lights? Go ahead.
Of course, I was coming back.
No, that's fine.
Yes, Alicia Sexton at 1607 Laird Street, Omaha, Nebraska, 68110. We're all pretty sensible people in here. I'm definitely on the side of Kavanaugh. Doesn't make sense that we're going to give up more funds for another year or two to provide numbers that they've already had all of this time to provide. Just from the news every day, we can see it's not working. Kids are still dying. They're still killing each other. They just, in fact, last week, a 12-year-old and a 15-year-old robbed and shot a girl, and they let the boy right back out the same day with his mother on an electronic monitor. So how good does that system work? In fact, my son that was killed in August, the boy that killed him, was let out on an electronic monitor 3 times. His own probation officer said that he was not eligible to be rehabilitated before they let him out the last time on the monitor. So these things do not work. You cannot rehabilitate people that set out to do premeditated crimes. There's no rehabilitation in that. If you guys want to keep spending the city's money and the taxpayers, which I'm one of those, to provide rehabilitation for people that cannot be rehabilitated, we're not going to say they're just kids. They're not kids. When they come up with plans, they have a very set mind. So to keep spending our money on these programs, it's not about our community and our safety. It's about whatever's going on behind the door, wherever the money is going, wherever the buck is passing, whoever needs the grants to facilitate their other programs or whatever they're doing. It's not producing any safety for our city, the programs that are in place. In fact, the 2 kids that killed my son can be in the community today. So there's nothing here that you guys are doing with criminal justice reform. Even this new center. No, we don't need that new center unless you're gonna really house killers there. We have a lot of underage killers. Are you gonna house them and keep them? Or are you gonna take them in there and say, hey, what can we do to make you better after you killed somebody? Like, what are you gonna do? That's a waste of our money. You have one already that you keep letting kids out of after they commit crimes. Are you gonna keep them? Or you guys are just sending them there for just, hey, let's figure out what we're gonna do when we get out? It doesn't make sense. And I don't know who it needs to make sense to. I don't want it to happen to either one of you guys, but it will, because you keep letting them out. So hopefully you guys as a together team get together and figure this mess out. That's it.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Jaquela Yarbrough, 2417 Burdette Street. My comments are all over the place here, but my sentiments are in alignment with Commissioner Kavanaugh. And I really want to pose a question because I've heard this a few times during these conversations when we talk about Sherwood dollars. I'm not familiar with the foundation personally, but I live in Omaha, so I'm not under a rock. I know that they have a lot of money. They fund a lot of social justice endeavors. I'm sure that as a youth, I was probably a recipient of some of their dollars after reading up on them. And so, but I think that the importance of this conversation lies in, it almost sounds like our hands are tied when Sherwood gives us money. Sherwood gave us money, so we need to spend it on this. In fact, I think that was verbatim at one of these meetings. Sherwood gave us this money, and this is how we have to spend it. And I'd like to say that Sherwood can very privately fund the JAC, right? But the fact that it's coming through the commissioners gives us the opportunity as a community to weigh in on how these dollars are spent. I don't believe it's unreasonable for us to come and ask for supporting data when we look at and assess outcomes. And are they the outcomes that we really want to see? We don't see any type of data that supports that it's reducing recidivism. I'm particularly interested because I'm involved in these conversations. I've tried to involve myself with the data committee and all the different committees that are throughout the county to discuss, for one, disproportionate minority contact, primary intervention and prevention efforts. Everything that I do right now is for free. When I wanted to become a juvenile probation provider, I have an entire building that I provide funding for everybody who walks in that door. I provide some type of programming, some type of resource. We have done this very well in our community. It is not until our kids get system involved that I have families who literally ask, hey, how can I get my child into your program? And I say, I can't afford to service your child for free. I can't afford to do intensive family preservation for you guys. I literally can't afford it. I'm one person. I'm down to a personal assistant now. The money that was put into this bridge network for allegedly services that we were already not providing. You know what the bridge network ED did? She made an appointment with me and asked me how to run it. She made an appointment with me, who already provides a service, and asked me how to run it. She asked me, Jaquela, I need 5 people. Can you tell me a few people who are already working with you guys? You guys are working in silos. Why would we give you our ideas and we're already not being funded? So my frustration here when I hear that, okay, we need more money to increase the capacity of JAC. If I'm doing what JAC doing and I'm one person, I have other people who are also funded through the county, through Sherwood, through other endeavors. And those people, the kids that they can't deal with, they call me in the middle of the night and say, Jaquela, you gotta go get little so-and-so. He don't listen to nobody but you. Jaquela, so-and-so's mom is here tripping. Hey, we got a problem at North High School. Can you get there? That money has to go into primary prevention and intervention. And the problem is, what you guys view as primary intervention and prevention is not. By the time they get into the system, it's almost too late. By the time they get into the system, it's almost too late. Because guess what? I gotta hope that he gets Vernon Daniels as a judge. I gotta hope that I have a sensible judge that will allow me to come in and intervene and work with this family. I gotta hope that I know the probation officer. I gotta hope that I know the case manager. The problem with case management is the structure of case management. A case manager that does not look like me, who really doesn't identify with my family or my culture, who can't understand that I've probably been molested 4 or 5 times, north, east, south, and west. Now I'm killing people. That case manager is not equipped to deal with the needs of our kids. We don't have a crime problem, we have a poverty problem. And if I'm in the middle of Northeast Omaha and I'm doing this stuff for free and I don't have the resources coming, I'm sorry, is it time?
1 minute.
Okay. If I don't have the resources to come in to contribute to my socioeconomic base, if I can't make a living making a change in my own community, we're gonna continue to turn out these children who commit serious crimes. And so as I'm watching this infrastructure being built, and theoretically we're busting our butts trying to make it work, and we're pouring all these dollars into it, we're gonna continue to have these meetings and say, oh, well, Sherwood's gonna give us $500,000 for this, based on personal relationships. In theory, in numbers, none of those people in that room used to sell drugs, have been molested, are doing the work in their own communities. And if they have, they aren't being funded. That's all I have.
Anyone else wishing to speak during this item? Seeing none, there is a motion and a second to approve the resolution. Please vote.
Motion passes. Commissioner Kavanaugh abstaining, all other commissioners voting yes.
Yes.
May I request to ask what's the abstention is for?
Discussed for about the last hour.
Okay. Next is the Human Resources Weekly Personnel Report from Civil Service as presented. No legislative items at this time. We do have need for an executive session for contract negotiations, personnel, litigation, and legal advice. Do we have a motion to go into executive session?
Second.
Please vote. Oops.
Motion passes 7-0.